That's quorum.
All right, well, let's get started. We have only a short period of time today. We are going till 3 until today. So Chris and I decided in order to get through this a little bit, so we don't take up the month of August as well, take up your Fridays in August, that we would extend the meetings until 3 o'clock. So hopefully you can all stay for that. That was in the Outlook appointment that Chris has sent out. So thank you all for being here, for sitting through what is sure to be a long but exciting discussion each Friday. We are not meeting next Friday, as that will be July 4th, and a lot of people are out of town for a 3-day weekend there. Okay, we also decided that we're going to have a key topic each week. There are some, as I said in the first meeting, there are lots of little things that will make the code better. And then there are a few very large things that will get us to our 19% required energy reduction for the legislative mandate. And we'll be tackling those at 10 o'clock every day. So whatever we're talking about right around 10 o'clock, we will pause that discussion and move over to these big topics. And the reason we're doing that is so that we and all of you can bring in experts that don't have to sit on the phone for 4 hours in order to have their voice heard. So we'll start those 10 and we'll probably go until 11:30 or until the discussion winds down each day. So that's happening. We've also generally set out the agenda for the next few meetings. So the big discussion item today is C407, the energy modeling path, as well as emissions, carbon emissions. Then July, we'll also go through the some of the consensus things that we agreed on when we couldn't actually vote as a tag because we hadn't been referred to the proposals yet. For mechanical editorial clarifications today. Then on July 9th, the big discussion item will be heat pump water heaters. There's a proposal or two on that. And then we will handle any consensus items from today that are lingering, as well as any some lighting proposals that achieved consensus earlier, and any of the homework from lighting on July 9th. Then July 16th, we're going to revisit heat pump space heating, and then cover other proposals, revisited proposals. And the new topics that week will be chapter 5 and kind of miscellaneous proposals. On July 23rd, we're going to tackle C406 because it makes sense to tackle C406 once the rest of the code is mostly baked, because those are the kind of additional things. And there's no real sense to talk about some of those if they're already going to be part of the base code. That's our schedule. Gary.
I just want to make sure I heard you right there, Chell. So the big ticket item today, though, is one of these items on, or some of these items on the agenda already?
Yes, correct. Okay. So if you scroll down in the agenda, there's something called key discussion or key issue review.
Okay,
that says 10 a.m. So the idea is for the next 3 or 4 sessions, we're going to have a key discussion at 10 so that experts can be brought in or others can be brought in, and have a defined time at which, or range in which they can kind of contribute to the conversation. So,
good.
Yeah, good
great
question.
Idea, Chell. No, great idea to do that. Yeah.
Thanks. Chris.
Hey, just real quick, do we have to schedule those experts with you, like tell you, hey, we got 2 people coming on a certain day, or just have them come in at time to join this?
They're members of the public, so they can, okay. and the way we're running it right now is, anyone can really raise their hand and talk. The only difference between public and tag is when we vote or make motions or do other Robert's rules kinds of things. And in that case, only the primary tag member can do that unless the primary is absent, and then the alternate can do that.
Yeah. Awesome.
So as Gary and Chris have shown, we're going to raise hands when we want to talk. If you just have a few words to say and it seems to be open, go ahead and speak. But if we get too much chatter, too much clutter, I'm just going to raise hands and I'll call on you in the order in which I see your hand go up, which may not be, Zoom doesn't make it impossibly easy to figure out who raised their hand first, as far as I know. So also I'm going to ask you to use your reactions, which are these kind of like happy plus people on the bottom right of your screen. They're like clapping or thumbs upping, or if you really love a proposal. You can also do a red X, which means you really don't like something, or you reject something, or you don't, whatever. You can also do a plus or a green check mark if you really like it. Once you are addressed, if you raise your hand, once you're addressed, please lower your hand so that we know that you don't have another question or follow-up comment. I'm going to ask lots of times for you to use your reactions so that normally in a real room, I would look around and I would see lots of head nodding and I would know that it's time to move on and let's call a vote. But since we're virtual and you have your cameras off, I'm going to ask for reactions often. And please put up your thumbs or your red X's and say whether you think we're ready to move on or not. So please use those as often as you can because it really helps me understand and make this a fast process. So are there any questions? We currently have meetings scheduled through July 30th. We might need to go beyond that, but we're trying to keep it within now to July 30th, finishing the code and voting on everything. Okay, so I saw something in the chat, GP 195. So why don't we do we need to do a roll call for quorum, Krista?
It'd probably be a good idea, just
Okay.
matter of form. So Michael Baranek, Eric Bedell, Chris Burrows,
Here.
CJ Brockway,
Yeah.
Martin Connor, Mike Fowler,
Yep, good morning, I'm here.
Patrick Hayes. Thought I saw Patrick. Gary Hickman,
Here,
Scott Henderson,
Here.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Present.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Good morning.
Elizabeth Joyce, Bill Kraus, John Lang, Mike McGivern,
Good morning, President.
Alan Montpelier,
Good morning.
Henry Odom, Eric Ullman, Andrew Poltorak, Irina Rasputnis,
Here.
David Reddy,
Here.
Lisa Rosenow,
Here, good morning.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Good morning.
Sean Vig, and Amy Wheelis.
I'm here, but I think Poppy will probably take most of the voting for the public seat today.
And are there any other members here whose name I didn't call or came in after I called their name? Okay, we do have a quorum.
Yay, our time is not wasted. Thank you all. Okay, so the first order of business is usually to approve the agenda as written.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
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 Michelle,
Aye.
there was that note. Somebody wanted one item to
Ah.
be moved up in the order.
Good point. GP 195, do we see where that is on the order, Krista?
It's last.
Oh, it's very fast. Okay. Well, we just approved the agenda. Anybody want to make a motion to modify the agenda?
So moved, this is Gary.
We have a second? And what is the motion, Gary?
To move the indoor horticultural proposal up in the agenda. I'm not sure where to specify where to move it to. You might know better than I, Chell, to get to it before 1 o'clock when he has to leave.
How about making it the first one after the 10 o'clock big issues session?
Great idea.
Sounds good. And that would actually. So we'll go to item 6 and then we'll go back to whatever we have in item 5 that we haven't gotten to, or go directly to 7. So we could put it at the end of item 6 or item 5, right after GP 228. You want to do that?
Good. And I'll be the second for that motion.
Okay, Irina?
Just want to make sure we get a lunch break in there. So I think after our special topic session, we'll have a lunch break, then we'll finish the previous topic. And then hopefully we're not butting into 1 o'clock by then.
Yep, there will be a lunch break. We're trying to give 20 to 30 minutes so that you can actually have a legitimate lunch and not just run into a different room. Lisa?
Yeah, one more agenda change, the cover PTHPs. There was an email discussion to move those to the July 16th.
Yes, so Krista, Lisa, and I talked and agreed that, and Lisa's suggestion that we group all the PTHP ones together, since they can be thought of as a group. So Gary, can that be part of your motion to move GP 195 as well as table the other 3 PTHP ones?
Like a friendly amendment to me, yes.
Agree.
Okay, well, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, I love the consensus here. Okay, we have an agenda now. Now we need to look at the meeting minutes from 2 different meetings. We have our last 2 meetings. We didn't discuss the meeting minutes at the last meeting. So we have both June 4th and June 11th to look over. Are there any discussion items on the June 4th meeting minutes? Basically, we just gave away homework at that point. And set up a couple of working sessions, and then there was consensus on many of the other ones that we're going to revisit today. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the June 4th meeting minutes.
So moved.
Mike, did you second that? Mike McGivern?
Second the motion.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, flying colors. All right, June 11th meeting minutes. And just to be clear on all of these meeting minutes, June 4th and June 11th, we were not empowered to move any proposals forward. We had not been referred the proposals by the Code Council. So today and the next couple meetings is when we'll move those proposals forward. Even ones that we completely agreed on, we couldn't move forward at that time. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written.
So move this period.
We have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Great. So now we are on to the good part. The exciting part, proposals remaining from June 11th. So these are ones that were on the June 11th meeting and we didn't get to them because either the proponent wasn't in the room or we ran out of time. So variable flow is, that's a Dwayne one. Dwayne, you're up.
So this is part of a series of items that are from the Seattle Code, most of them having been in Seattle Code for years, and each of these having been debated and decided on in our process here. So they're sort of pre-checked and have functioned well in our code. In this case, the argument was that variable flow motors are widely available in those somewhat smaller sizes, and going from 7.5 to 5 horsepower pretty substantially increases the number of motors that are covered by this rule. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Are there comments on this?
And I could add that as you know, I'm a PE, but it means pretend engineer, and therefore those of you who are actual engineers on the call, please chime in to support or dispute what I say.
Are there any real engineers on the call that have an opinion on this?
Does that mean there's no real engineers on the call?
Alan's on. Alan.
Yeah, Alan's.
Yep, I had to step away for a second. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. We're discussing applying the Seattle rule for variable flow fan and pump motors to reduce the threshold for those from 7.5 horsepower down to 5.0. And what we heard in the Seattle process was that these are commonly available now, and moving down to 5 horsepower will substantially increase the number of motors that are covered by that rule.
Yeah, I agree. And the cool new thing with the pumps too is that EC motors are becoming more and more popular and common, which
Thank you.
have built-in ability to modulate.
Well,
Yes.
the thoughts. Chris.
So just on that number 2 exemption, is that too wide? Do pump people who are putting these in try to get to that to avoid going variable speed to save money, or is there any worthwhile discussion around about exemption 2?
Yeah, the exemption 2 is in there because those motors run so rarely that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the only change in this proposal is going from 7.5 to 5, right?
That's the only thing. And like with that exception number 2, the idea is that when a building is on fire, we really don't care how energy efficient it is.
Yeah.
Yep, life safety. Okay,
Awesome.
well, if there's no further discussion, we are now empowered to vote these things forward if we want. So there could be a motion to accept this proposal, or we could do something else.
Move to accept the proposal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Flying colors. All right, this thing passes. This is our first official action. Good job. We've only got 150 some to go. All right, next.
Okay, this is one that I generated personally a code cycle or 2 ago. And this is a rule that's in the national standard that says that for public lavatory faucets only, you can see that you're limited. Typically, those have 1/2-inch pipe to them, and you're limited to 2 feet, which means that your laterals that connect these things together would have to like be running through the middle of the wall or something. And the reason this is there is that meant that if you wanted hot water from the circulating pipe system, you'd be able to get it in a couple of seconds after the water flow starts going. But there's pretty good evidence that shows that people typically only run their hands under the water for about 4 seconds, and at which time it doesn't really even matter. They're getting room temperature water that's been sitting in the pipe. So in order to make it so that plumbers can run their lateral lines up in the ceiling cavity as has typically been done and just drop down, I've made this 8 feet. It would be a slight, I suppose, theoretical decrease in efficiency, but I think in the real world, it doesn't change energy use at all.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
Hi, thanks, Dwayne, for bringing forward this proposal. We definitely agree that this change is needed. When this requirement went into the code, we got a lot of phone calls from plumbers and jurisdictions who were confused by this, said that it was really limiting, and it's actually unclear how many jurisdictions are even enforcing this. They were receiving so many complaints about it. So we're very much in support of this proposal.
Great. Is there further discussion on this? Okay.
I'd like to move to approve as written then.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay,
Aye.
someone just said something. Okay, well, it's
Michelle, could I make a suggestion that anybody who wants to oppose something use the word nay? And then we'll be able to differentiate between people who were just late saying aye versus people who were actually opposed.
that's a good suggestion. Okay, great. I will, yep, so we're done with 2 of 150 or so. We're on to the next one.
Okay, this came up, I think it might have been Eric Vandermeer suggestion that the this rule that applies to package equipment be clarified that it extends to packaged and split system equipment. And this didn't get any real dissension. Once again, I'd like to defer to our engineer in residence here to either concur or discuss this further. That would be you, Alan.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just rereading this. Yeah, to me, this looks like it makes sense.
The argument we heard in the Seattle process was that split systems essentially would follow the same logic and be using the same components.
Correct. Yeah.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I think this is a great addition to this requirement. And you're not talking about the reheat in the VAV boxes, right, Dwayne?
Right.
This
I'm
is
talking
just,
about,
this is just duct heaters or, right?
yeah, packaged equipment, I think, would not include a VAV box.
And just to make sure I understand, when you say split system, this is where you might have a remote air source heat pump unit that connects into a packaged air handling unit. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Looks good to me.
Further discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. All in favor or further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, clearly say nay. Okay, 3 of 150 some. I think the next one is also a Dwayne special.
Yes. We have built in these maximum flow rates. I believe this comes straight out of the ASHRAE standard in the Seattle code. By capping the maximum flow rate, you can minimize your pumping energy. The more constrained that you have that, the faster flow you're trying to put through that same pipe, the more back pressure you're going to have, and the more energy you're going to use. So it seemed like a great addition from a reputable source.
Yeah, and Dwayne and others, I guess this is pretty standard in the industry, and many firms such as ours even designed to lower flow rates to reduce head loss, which reduces pumping power. So these are not crazy numbers.
Right. Often there are many rules in the energy code that the reputable engineering firms already do anyway. This just sort of helps prevent any sort of bottom dwellers from causing trouble. Robbie has an opinion though about one of those lines.
Mike had his hand up first, so I'm going to go with Mike Kennedy.
Okay.
I don't know that this is important at all. I guess this is a question, but the ASHRAE table also has one additional line, which is for pipes 14 to 24 inches in size. And that's not included in this table. Is that because there just aren't any of those sizes, or?
Man, that would be a big building.
Yeah, it probably would be good just to have that in there too.
I'm happy with that being a friendly amendment to pick up the 14-inch line.
Okay, and that would be just taken from the same reference as this one.
Yes.
Okay, Robbie,
Yeah, so I looked at this from a friction rate and a velocity standpoint and just noticed that there seems to be this inconsistency with the 6-inch pipe where like the friction rate is being lowered at every increase in pipe size except at 6-inch where it spikes back up. I raised this issue to Dwayne and Mike. And Dwayne, you said you were going to maybe reach out to someone on ASHRAE and see if they understood the background on it.
Yeah, I didn't get a response.
Okay. I mean,
But show us exactly which column and which number you're discussing.
I mean, I could share my screen if
It's
that's
the
allowed.
6-inch. It's the 6-inch row. And
It's all the values on the 6-inch row. They seem to like the friction rate for 5-inch at that first other in less than 2,000 hours is 2.8, and then 6-inch goes to 3.5. And it's pretty similar across the horizontal row as you go left to right. That at 5-inch you actually have a lower friction rate than you do on the 6-inch, right?
wait, are you looking at the same thing we're looking at on the screen?
No, that's what I was saying. I could share my screen. So this table is maximum flow rate, but flow rate results in a friction rate and a velocity rate. And so the friction rate, just because there's more flow allowed, what I'm saying is there's too much flow allowed in that 6-inch if you look at just from a consistency standpoint. I'm suggesting we could be more stringent than the National Code table because it doesn't make sense to me why the 6-inch pipe has a higher energy use than the 5-inch and the 8-inch.
Robbie, do you have suggested numbers for row 6 for the 6-inch row?
I do.
Do you want to call those out, and what would the numbers be?
I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be, I've got a document I could just send along. I don't know if it's that conducive. Like, is anyone on this call going to be able to tell me that 625 instead of 740 is a good number?
Got some pretty bright people on that call, but yeah, maybe not in that few seconds.
So I guess my point is I'm calling into question line 6. I think there might be an error from the National Code level on the 6-inch pipe size.
An error that ASHRAE made, or an error in our copying that table?
Well, I haven't looked at the ASHRAE to compare, but I have to imagine that this was a simple copy paste. So I'm suggesting that ASHRAE made an error.
Okay. Mike Kennedy?
I just did a kind of a quick check, and most of these numbers are close to the increased flow is close to the difference in the volume or the area, cross-sectional area of the pipe size, except for the 6-inch pipe. So I'm inclined to think that Robbie's on to something here.
Okay.
Yeah, and the area that you're talking about, Mike, would translate into the velocity, which is also not in line with the lines above and below it.
Does anybody have access to the original ASHRAE table to see if there was a copy paste error or if ASHRAE just did their math wrong?
ASHRAE has this same table.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's the same.
This is Kevin with Northwest Natural.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm not sure, but I believe part of the calculus with these flow rates is that a 6-inch pipe is dramatically cheaper than an 8-inch pipe, and I think there were some cost effectiveness calculations that went into this table. But I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Alan?
I was going to offer up just to go ahead and make the modifications. You know, the goal is to reduce pressure, and there's a decent amount of 6-inch pipe that goes into buildings. So, you know, we should go ahead and make the change.
Make the change per Robbie's not yet suggested suggestions.
Correct.
Okay, Gary?
Yeah, this is one of those that I know it might be a small thing, but I'm not sure if we should be making the change on the fly here. It might be worth someone, you know, taking the next week or two to to dig a little bit deeper and just to confirm the reasons for the change. And again, I know it's not a really big deal, but I wouldn't be comfortable kind of changing on the fly. Not that I don't doubt Robbie's calculations, but that would be my suggestion to take a closer look at it and bring it back.
Thanks, Gary. I think that's a good idea. Lisa?
Yeah, I was going to basically say the same. I mean, I'm glad that Robbie caught this. And it's interesting information, and it would be helpful to know, get some information, some feedback from ASHRAE to find out what was the basis of it. But if not, if this is something where, we've identified an error and the Washington State Code can be better than ASHRAE's information, then yeah, just a little bit more follow-up I think would be prudent, and then we can vote as a group later.
Okay, that sounds good. Robbie, do you want to accept this homework to correct ASHRAE's homework?
Well, yeah, I mean, I already did it, so I'll just forward it to maybe Alan can cross-check it for me.
Is there anybody else who would like to look at Robbie's numbers?
Well, I'm going to contact somebody in ASHRAE 90.1 to see if I can determine whether that, I think that comment about it maybe being a cost effectiveness issue might be correct, but I'll check.
I'll look up the addendum history.
Okay, so it sounds like the four of you can work on this. Okay, so I guess we'll just move on to the next one and have homework. Lisa, do you have your hand up? Okay, hand is down. Okay, so we are on to the next one, and this is Dwayne again.
Okay, pressure independent control valve. Little known fact, this is a homegrown product. It was invented by some engineering firm right here in Woodinville. But and this is where I probably need help from real engineers again. But these valves, which are no longer an unusual or especially expensive thing, are more reliable way of making sure that the water flows to where it's needed, and thus improving occupant comfort. The previous versions of these valves were a little wonky under certain conditions and wouldn't necessarily get even temperature flow out into the system. Alan?
Yeah, I just need to unmute myself there. Yeah, again, this is kind of common practice these days.
Thanks. Are there any other comments on this?
And actually, I would even volunteer. We pretty much do them on 10 GPM or higher is not usually. You apply them to the entire system, regardless of the GPM. But we can leave the 10 GPM in here and then.
Yeah, I did have a comment from a couple of people that below 10 it was not as cost effective.
Yeah, I mean, we can do this step now and then another step next code cycle.
Robbie.
Yeah, so I was commenting to Dwayne that I feel like you could go further here. It just would actually need to be studied from a cost and energy standpoint. I think, I mean, above a certain size, you start to get into more likely using these at air handling units, which an air handling unit doesn't necessarily benefit as much from pressure independent control valves because it's controlling to a leaving air temperature, and thus it has feedback and doesn't overflow the way that like a terminal unit does. So I think, Dwayne, you said it may not be as cost effective on the smaller sizes. I don't know how true that is anymore. Like I said, I think it would need to be studied, but since the patent fell off, everyone's offering these things now, and it's a pretty simple mechanical device. And I actually think that's one of the biggest areas where you can see a benefit is the at the lower flow systems where they're less likely to be controlling to a feedback loop. They might be just controlling to a room temperature, which can allow more flow rate.
Eric?
Yeah, I guess I agree. They're becoming common practice. Another step that could be made is to require modulating control valves less than 10 GPM. I don't think there's anything specific in the code that requires that. So some folks are still using open close control valves for GPMs less than 10 G. So
Yeah, that'd be a good compromise.
I'm wondering if either of you engineers would be are thinking that you could reduce that 10 to 5 or something like that. Is that reasonable? Because this went into the Seattle code several years ago when these were still a little bit newer to people.
I'd be comfortable going to 5. I mean, like I said, out of the gates, you know, we're using this on the entire system. We're not, it's just a default as part of our design these days. So certainly comfortable going to 5. I think most engineering firms are using these. And not just engineering firms, but design build engineering firms as well. I think are doing this because part of it is it helps with the balancing of the system on the startup side, and they're seeing great advantages there as well.
All right. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment if Eric's on board with that.
yeah, I'm good with it.
5 it is.
Scott, I think you're on the phone. Scott Henderson for commissioning. Do you have any thoughts on that? If you're on the phone. Okay.
Sorry,
So-
looking for mute. Actually, no, this looks pretty typical of what we look for test and balance. So I think it's a good suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a proposal slightly modified. Is there any further discussion?
I move to accept this as modified.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, all right, we're through 3 of these. All right, next one. Maybe more. I think this is an Eric Vandermeer one? Yes.
Okay, so yeah, this is in regards to the DDC controls. So the top line in this table was added as part of the 2015 code by I think a Mike Kennedy proposal. So it's not part of ASHRAE 90.1. And I guess this may or may not be, there has been some confusion about this, and I'm not sure the best way to fix the code here. So this might require some discussions and some modifications or some brainstorming about the best way. But the confusion has been there is no definition for air handling system in the Washington State Energy Code or in ASHRAE. And so I guess if this is meant to only apply to VAV systems, then that's one way that this can be enforced. If this is meant to apply to smaller fan coils, then like individual PTHPs through a residential building, we haven't seen it enforced that way by any code officials. But there has been confusion amongst designers if you have to have a DDC system to do that. When you look back at the code proposal from 2015, it just says it's a new item. The threshold was recommended for trending and demand shedding recast as required by DDC control. So, I mean, if that code proposal could indicate that, like in a multifamily building, that if you had a PTHP that had no connection, you know, in each residential unit, and had no connection to the main, you know, that you'd have to be able to do load shedding, for example, in that building through a central DDC system. If you had more than, what is that, 75 tons of cooling throughout your entire multifamily building. So, and then there's further confusion here because under the alteration addition categories, it says air handling system or fan coil. And this doesn't mention fan coil. So I guess there's probably needs to be a little bit of work here to clean up this top line that's not part of 90.1.
And Eric, by the top line, you're talking about this line right here?
Correct.
So is the code change proposal just what's in red on the screen, or is it?
Yeah, so my idea with the code change proposal, and again, this is one way, and there may be a better way to do this, depending on what we think this code section actually is intended to mean, is that you're only required to have the central DDC system to perform the specific functions that are required in section 4.11.2. So one way you can read this code section, when you look at section 4.11.2, is that you only need DDC systems if you're trying to comply and perform functions as needed for that section. So right now, this whole code section, I think, could use some work. This is one step in trying to clarify it. I'm kind of, you know, interested in how people are reading this section and how they're applying to projects, and if others think that clarifications are required. So,
Well, Mike has some thoughts that will save the day, Eric.
Save the day, no. But that, just a little bit of history. The table here, except for the top item, came out of 90.1. And we brought that in with the 2015 code. This first item is actually from the Washington WSEC 2009 code.
Okay.
It was also in the 2012, and a slight, actually maybe about like that. I think there was some ambiguity with how that was interpreted as well. And I'm open, I'm not, I agree that they're like, if you get a warehouse having to have a DDC, well, there's a lot of buildings where maybe the DDC is more than is needed. So I think there could be some work here. I don't know about.
So you're saying the top line was meant to require, yeah, the old 2009 code had a demand control requirement that was dropped in the code. And so that line was meant to say that if you have a building that has 75 tons of cooling, before it said it, the old code language said if you had, you know, a building of that size with cooling and you had a DDC system, then it had to be able to perform the demand limiting function. It had to be able to receive a signal from the utility to reset all the space temperatures for load shedding. So you had to have both cooling and you had to have a DDC system. This new section now requires a DDC system. So it seems like, yeah, there is a clarification that's required here. So.
So Eric is asking for assistance in vetting this language. Is there anyone who is willing to provide such assistance? Lisa.
Yeah, I'm glad Eric brought this one up. We actually have been a little confused about this one as well. And so if the plan is that this be tabled and further evaluation, we'd be happy to contribute to that effort.
I mean, it could just be deleted.
The first line or the red part?
The first line. And
And
then,
then we would go back to matching ASHRAE and
or say, I mean, the other thing is, I think we should be, I think all VAV should be required to have DDC, no matter the horsepower. I'm not sure we see too many under 10 horsepower, but
yeah, I mean, I like the option of getting rid of the first line on the table, deleting that, and then adding a definition for air handling system and zones. And I would be willing to say that to lower the horsepower on that. So all VAV systems have to have DDC control. I mean, you basically need it to perform. You need it to perform the ventilation sequence as required by the mechanical code. So,
Eric, this sounds a lot like homework that Lisa would love to help you with.
yeah, so I can modify this and clarify it and work with Lisa and Mike to do that and come back at a later meeting. Maybe we make sure there's no other comments or items that people want to correct here. So,
no. Any other comments on this before homework is assigned? Even though it's summer, school's out, but homework can be assigned. Chris?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna run this one by some of our energy management engineers, and if they have any comments, I'll forward them on to you.
should we consider adding back in the demand response requirement for other equipment?
I mean, if that was the intent of that line, then yeah, I'd be willing to add that into the code in a way that makes sense. If you have a DDC system, that you have to have that capability for demand response that we had in the code.
This sounds like a great side conversation.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Let's move on. Operable openings. This is Henry.
Yep. Hi there. So this proposal was meant to cover kind of three things. First, the integrated draft had some miscoordination between sections, so it kind of cleaned up what's referencing where. The basis of the energy savings here is to not heat and cool the outside. As is currently written, there's a setback that operable opening would set on the thermostat, so it would drop it back to a setback temperature. This proposal is basically saying, so I'll shut off the mechanical systems when you have a large opening, open the outdoors. And then thirdly, the thought that if you just had a simple kill switch in the mechanical system, that is a much easier piece of control, commissioning, and setup than dialing in a setback temperature between a sensor and a third-party controller. Just seemed like a more straightforward way to accomplish this goal.
Thanks, Henry. Questions, comments?
Question for Henry. This would be controlled by a contact switch at the door, I presume. And I'm just curious about how reliable and how robust are those, because I could see a situation where suddenly you just weren't getting any heating for a big space, and people would spend all kinds of time before somebody figured out that it was a contact switch in the door that was not working. I'm just wondering how that it's a more severe situation if you're going to cut everything off than if you just set back the temperature a few degrees.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was kind of piggybacking on the existing language, so I'm not really standing behind the long-term viability of contact switches, but that is a good piece of concern. I guess you can't meet set point. That's an equally frustrating issue for a building owner. So if you only had 85, it's probably better than no system running at all, but I think you probably would be equally confused if either of those situations were happening. So yeah, I don't know if someone here has more experience with those or not, but
We have a few people with their hands raised. So Eric?
I don't have any comments anymore. I figured out what never mind.
Okay, Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I have a question about whether or not this would have an overall effect on carbon dioxide content of the space involved. If you're turning off the ventilation totally, then, you know, in my mind, you would want to have some kind of backup as far as a requirement for carbon dioxide sensors and override or something to address this issue. Because if you have a very large space and one door, no matter what the size, and it shuts the mechanical system completely off, I could see this being an issue. So I would be inclined to not approve this. That's all I got.
Thanks, Mike. Kevin?
Sorry, I was on mute there. A couple of questions. I'm curious where the 40 square feet requirement comes from. That's a rather large. If you think about a standard exit door, it's about 21 square feet. And then the other question was, or maybe more of a suggestion is, why not allow both? That is, either allow a setback or shut off the system. Because I could see, in keeping with the previous commenters' note, there might be systems where turning off the HVAC system could be deleterious. And there might be some where it's benign and as a better cost measure. But for those systems that would be better to keep running, why not change the set point or allow either?
I could respond with a bit of history on that. I remember a discussion on this, and someone didn't want it to be just a standard swing door. They were more concerned with, you know, the latest thing in restaurant design is to have those garage doors that open up a wall or something like that. So it was either a pair of doors or a garage door type opening. I'm not opposed to taking this back down to a single door leaf size, but I think that's where the origin of it was.
Thanks.
This is Henry again. That was my understanding as well, what Dwayne just mentioned. It's not so much, you know, cycling systems when people are entering and exiting a building. It's when you just have, you know, a whole half of the building completely open the outside. And the language here is the heating and cooling systems, especially with DOAS becoming more common. It's not implying they shut off ventilation. It's just mainly for the heating and cooling when you have a large portion of your space open to the outdoors. Just a clarification. And then obviously you see the exception for hydronic. Just those don't really behave as well when you shut them off and on. So that would be a means to.
Thanks, Henry. Patrick.
I think what Henry is after here is, like you said, Shell, garage doors, stacking doors, and these sort of things, typically in restaurants. And I think what's wrong with the proposal is the 40 square feet is too small. 40 square feet is essentially just two 3070 entrance doors. I think it should be doubled to like 80 square feet. And then it all makes sense for what he's proposing.
So Patrick, what I'm hearing you say is 40 square feet, do setbacks, 80 square feet, shut off the system. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, yes, it should be 80 square feet. And then you're really addressing you know, Shell, it's like a 10 by 10 roll-up door is 100 square feet.
Yep.
And that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a couple double doors. We're talking about 100 square foot opening. So maybe it should be 100 square feet, or on the conservative side, 80.
Okay, yeah, and I guess right now this refers to a single opening that is a certain size, not multiple openings that are slightly smaller than that. We have a bunch of hands up, so I'm gonna just call on people in order. Lisa? Lisa, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the call. Thank you. So a couple thoughts on this particular proposal. This is one of the requirements in the 2018 code that, you know, since the code's only been in effect for a few months, we're just starting to learn, you know, how the industry is reacting to this, and so I appreciate that we're looking at it more deeply, but that's just something to keep in mind, is that this hasn't been in the code very long, so the industry is just starting to figure out how this works and how well the sensors and some of those products function. So I think those are good points that were made. But I will say that I am in support of the idea of having a larger threshold that involves the shut off and retain the temperature delta for the 85-55 versus striking it.
Okay, so you're in support, if I understand correctly, of 40 square feet, have a setback, some larger number, shut it off. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would be an appropriate way to bring it into the marketplace. Again, keeping in mind that we haven't heard yet the kind of concerns that were expressed at the beginning of the discussion about products and things like that, how well they work.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I always assumed this would apply, or was meant to apply, to things like potentially, I guess, smaller doors in retail or other settings, not just roll-ups. But this is not a Washington. This came from what, 90.1 and IECC, I believe.
Yeah, so a pair of 3 by 7 doors would be over 40 square feet, just barely over 40 square feet, be 42 square feet.
Right, and I think that was the intent.
Yeah, so if a retailer has their doors propped open, then it would shut off or set back the mechanical system. Eric.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of things that were in the 2018 code that were removed, I guess, in the mashup or whatever in the integrated draft, but there was a time delay before. I don't know if we want that. There was an exception for building entrances with vestibules, so I guess if both doors are propped open, then maybe you would want that. I agree, 40 square feet is probably too low. And yeah, it's only intended to turn off the heating and cooling system, not the ventilation system. So yeah, maybe some more refinement is needed on how to do this. I do like the fact that it's square footage based. So we have run into the problem under the 2018 code that, for example, a elevator machine room that opens out onto the roof, you know, technically you have to now put in this interlock switch in case someone props open that door to the elevator machine room. But the size should also cover a sliding door in a balcony door on a multifamily residential unit. So, you know, right now we are getting shut off in a dwelling unit for the heating and cooling system if someone leaves a sliding door open out to a balcony. So there probably is a careful look at this language to figure out what we want it to say.
Okay, I smell a homework assignment. Henry, do you want to take this home? And who else wants to be part of the homework group? there are a lot of good suggestions, and maybe Henry, you wrote them all down, or maybe other people want to volunteer to help you.
This is Dwayne.
Henry, I'll help you with it. It's Patrick. If you email me.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Dwayne?
And Dwayne.
And Dwayne, thanks.
So, and I guess just to be clear, I guess the door switch section in C 403-416 is intended to stay, and this section's being added in addition to that. So I think there needs to be some correlation with that other section.
And I stand corrected. I do not believe this is in the IECC.
No, it was I think I made this proposal as part of the 2018 code. It came from a proposal that was being proposed for Title 24 for California, and I don't know if it made it into Title 24. So.
Okay, Henry, you have your group, you have your comments. Are there any further comments on this for Henry to take home? Okay, let's move on. And Mike and Eric, you still have your hands up, so put your hands down unless you have stuff to say. Okay, we are now to consensus proposals from 611. These are ones that everybody who was in the room at the time agreed on via show of emoticons and emojis and smiley faces and things like that. So we've already discussed these. In some cases, we made a few changes to the original proposal, but Chris is going to scroll through these. But just as a reminder, these are ones we did discuss. So if the proponent for each of these wants to say a word about them, I think we can. But in general, it's if you have further thoughts from the last session where we discussed these, I'd like to hear from you. So I realize that wasn't clear. Why don't we have the proponent say a word or two about each of these, and then Crystal will scroll through them, and then we can vote on them. So this one,
I think this is.
Go ahead.
I think this is so. Thank you. Adds a variety of just general cleanup items in the envelopes section of the code. I believe all of these came from the Seattle Energy Code. So these are cleanup items that have been incorporated into their code. And so we are proposing that those items be added to the Washington State Code. Would you like me to go through each one, or?
No, I think we
like
discussed
this,
these. Lisa, sorry, sorry to cut you off. I think since we've gone through these before and discussed them for many minutes each, it's just if there's further thoughts from the last tag, or new discussion items based that you've thought of since then. So I think we'll try and keep the introduction to each one brief, scroll through them, and then vote on them. Because these were all the next, I don't know, 12 or so were all consensus. We kind of all generally agreed. There were no disagreements at the last tag. So any further discussion on this one? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
I didn't hear the original motion. I will entertain.
Motion to approve.
Okay. And we have a second. Okay, all in favor say. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, let's go on to the next one, a vestibule clarification. This is a Dwayne one. I believe there was, these are all consensus, so quick intro, Dwayne, and then we'll.
Just to clarify that the door between a restaurant and its outdoor seating area does not need a vestibule.
Any further discussion? Okay, any motions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 I,
All opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Okay, next one, miscellaneous mechanical editorial. This is Lisa. Lisa, you're on mute.
sorry, I was muted. Yeah, this is also several corrections or improvement, language improvements that were incorporated into the Seattle Energy Code. Let's see, and then we also made a couple of changes in here that are following updates that have been incorporated throughout the code with regards to language. Under DDC controls, there still kind of this lingering language when it talks about being capable of, where we've tried to pick that up throughout the code and change that to being configured to. So those are a couple of changes that ATC incorporated into this. But other than that, the bulk, the changes in here were all updates that were made in the Seattle Energy Code.
Thanks, Lisa. Eric?
Yeah, I'd like to propose a change. If we could scroll up to the very beginning of C40321. So, I mean, it says HVAC systems, and then it talks about exhaust systems. So the HVAC systems is a very broad term, and it might be better to say something like HVAC systems, dedicated outdoor air systems, and exhaust systems serving areas, just to be clear that we're not talking, that we're talking about all these systems. Some sort of clarifying language at the beginning here. That's if we have a DOAS unit that's serving multiple areas of the building, it applies to that DOAS unit. If we have an exhaust system that's serving multiple areas of the building, then it applies to that exhaust system.
I think that's a good, yeah, Eric, thanks. And I'd accept that as a friendly amendment. I think it improves the language.
Do you have any other thoughts on that? Any other engineers want to weigh in on the language here, or anybody else?
This is Dwayne. I'm fine with the change.
Great. Further discussion? Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, this is now part of the, well, part of the proposals with accepted proposals. Okay, the next one is also Elisa, I think.
Okay, and I would like to check in. I just got a note that my audio is cutting in and out. I can switch to the phone if that'd be helpful.
If your voice is cutting in and out, I think I can understand what you're saying, but it is
Okay.
challenging at points.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and cover this one, and then I'll switch to a phone for my other ones. And so this change here is taking care of a vision and code that I think when we did the reorganization of the mechanical chapter, there was one Washington State provision that just kind of lost its purpose. And so what this proposal does, it is pulling the information from that provision to its own section. And then it also is removing requirements that were kind of embedded in other sections. We do get complaints about that. So the gathered oil-fired forced air furnaces requirement, that's been buried inside of C403.3.2 for a long time. And so it would be good to just pull it out and have its own section with an appropriate title. Same thing for the chiller requirement, which is on the next page. So this is not changing any of the requirements. It's just laying them out in a way that hopefully a little easier for people to find.
Thanks, Lisa. Are there any comments? Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to move this forward.
Motion to approve.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes. The next one is really just a reference section, so I think we can just put it up there, and I don't think we need a proponent to talk on this. It's just an incorrect reference section. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to move this forward.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Aye.
All right, that moves forward. We are now in the boiler efficiency federal updates. This is Mike Kennedy.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
This proposal just adopts efficiency levels that are published in the Federal Register by the Department of Energy, starting in January 10, 2023.
And just to note, this code will go into effect in July 1 of 2023, so it will be after that date.
Right.
Is there any discussion on this? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion in a few seconds. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next one is duct insulation. And this is Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. This one, this was actually an assignment that came out of our earlier TAG meeting back in March. So what this proposal is correcting is that the language is a little confusing. It's clear that the requirements for section C402 are supposed to apply to ductwork. Our interpretation is that that requirement applies to shafts and plenums, and that the insulation requirements apply to all ductwork. And so what this does is it corrects that. In the last TAG meeting on the 11th, the TAG did add a few changes to this proposal that I accept as a friendly amendment. So the proposal as it is on the screen is takes care of what we were assigned to address.
Thanks, Lisa. Are there comments on this? Eric.
So I guess I have a question about the sentences shaft and plenum sources included as part of the building envelope shall not be used as calculation of maximum glazing area. So is that meaning shafts and plenums. So you're saying if we have a trash chute, which, you know, is connected to an unconditioned trash room and runs up the building, or we have a garage exhaust shaft that goes up the building, that those surfaces can now no longer be counted as part of the window to wall ratio for vertical wall area. Is that what you're trying to get at here?
Actually, we weren't adding that as new language. I'd have to
Yes.
pull up the original language. This is just kind of a rearrange.
Okay.
And so, yeah, can take a look and see what the original language is and to see where this came from. Christy, can you scroll up to show the whole? There it is. There it is. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that that was was the second paragraph, and all we're proposing is to take that language and move it up under the section that describes shafts and plenums versus in the lower paragraph where we're talking about ducts.
Yeah, so originally the code
to your
was
point,
originally the code was just addressing duct surfaces, you know, and now you've extended that to shafts and plenum surfaces. So that's a big extension of the code. Yes, so that's a big change.
I see. Okay, thanks for catching that. Yeah, it wasn't our
So the
intent.
idea is if you built an outdoor air intake out of, you know, an outdoor air intake out of gypsum wallboard that was, you know, with a metal lining or something, that surface didn't count. Now this is talking about shafts and plenums, which is going to cover a lot more.
Well, but
ground.
Eric, it's only covering those that are conveying outdoor air. So your examples of
Okay.
Exhaust ducts and like that is not relevant. And in fact, yes, if there's
So it should be clarified to say shaft and plenum surfaces conveying outdoor air in the language.
isn't that what it says at the very beginning?
Well,
I mean, the beginning of the
okay. It
paragraph
says it
is
there,
about
yes.
the,
Okay.
yeah, I think we're good already.
I would repeat it in that sentence, I guess, personally.
I would as well.
Yeah, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment if that would add some clarity.
Okay, Patrick.
I'm opposed to this. I don't think it's necessary. We use the stair shafts regularly as part of the building envelope, and it's an indirect attempt to reducing the maximum glazing area. And I just don't think it's necessary, and I will be voting no.
How is this about stairs if it just says it's shafts and plenums conveying outdoor air?
I mean, I think you need the word shall be included after outdoor air. Or I guess the shall is later included. Okay, that one.
So shafts and plenum surfaces conveying shall be included as a part of the building.
We need something in between the
I
air
see.
and-
David Reddy.
I don't know, it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sorry, I was muted. I guess I would point out that this would, if the shaft was located on the outside wall, either as an extension outside of the, or on the outside of the wall kind of plane, or directly in line with the wall plane, that you'd have like a gap in your building envelope area, if that makes sense. And that seems kind of awkward. And whereas if you move the shaft completely within the building envelope, just 6 inches off the exterior wall, you'd have that no gap there. So it seems a little awkward from the perspective of continuity of what's considered vertical exterior wall.
Yeah.
Does that
and again,
scenario make sense?
yeah, it does. And again, we weren't trying to change the intent of this provision. We're trying to clean it up. So I'm reading through the language that Chris has got up there on the screen. Does that address the concern by saying that shaft and plenum surfaces conveying outdoor air from the exterior of the building shall not be included as a part of the building envelope in the calculation of max glazing area? Does that address it?
It definitely adds more clarity, but say that. Go ahead, Eric.
I was just saying, yeah, that's more consistent with the past code, yes.
Mike Fowler?
Yeah, I'm looking for additional clarity for myself. I'm not understanding if this is, if part of that shaft, I'm going to say shaft, not a plenum, is on the exterior wall. I'm trying to understand why that cannot be counted as part of the building exterior. That's the part I can't get my head around yet. It seems like if it's on the exterior as part of the exterior face, it should be counted.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Should be counted towards the window to wall ratio, you're saying?
Correct. If it is part of the exterior elevation, then it should be counted. If it's on the exterior, if it's interior, then no.
Agreed.
Patrick?
I guess it's just a matter of how far. Yeah.
So are you considering it the exterior surface of the shaft plenum or the demising between the interior space and the plenum? Does it matter just where the insulation is?
I guess the previous code language said duct surfaces, and now we're really extending it to much more than that, right? So
Yeah,
it is more of an exterior wall at this point, if it's an exterior shaft.
Okay, thanks.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Agree. I mean, I have a set of drawings on my desk right now that has a shaft on the exterior wall. And you would have to delete that square footage. I agree with Mike Fowler. I just don't think that this is even necessary. I'm not sure what we're trying to fix.
Okay.
I don't know where there's a problem. I mean, when we use these things as exterior wall, they're all insulated, they're all sealed. I mean, where are we saving energy here?
So to dial this back, and again, our intention was not to change the intent of the original provision. And it sounds like this proposed change expands scope, which was not our intent. And so as potentially a correction, striking that language that we just edited, the shaft and duct plenum surface, just strike it and retain the language down under ducts. So not moving it where it's been moved, but just retain it down in the duct section so that now we've not expanded the scope and we're just retaining the original scope. Yeah, so that part right there, if we just, just not strike that, that's the original code language there.
One other statement, and that is, I don't know that it's enforceable because to date, in literally thousands of permits, I have never seen a building official that was enough to go and verify the square footage takeoffs, even though it is delivered in the permit documents. They just don't do that. So who's to even know unless you made it leap off the page? I don't think it's enforceable. I don't even think we need the language.
Okay.
Okay, so we've modified the language slightly from where we came in this morning. Do we generally have consensus? Show your emoticons if you like where this is going. Smiley faces, thumbs up, hearts if you really love it, and red X's if you don't like it.
This is still saying that if it's the duct surface is part of the exterior wall, then it's not counted as part of, you can't count that exterior wall area as part of your window to wall ratio.
can't count the duct surface.
Oh,
The surface of the duct, not the exterior wall.
Correct, which is what's been in our code for a long time.
Okay, then that provides more clarity for it. I mean, I'm looking at, for us doing a takeoff calculation, we're looking at our elevation and what is the actual, what do you see, and doing our, what is area wall, what is area window. But yes, no, we typically would not go find a duct inside or within the wall and add to it. So, okay, I'm understanding clearer now.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like.
Yeah, again, our goal was not to change the intent or the increased stringency or anything like that. And so, yeah, we accept as friendly amendment any suggestions so that we retain the original intent of this provision. Our assignment was just to clean up this whole section because it was unclear.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm ready to entertain a motion to move it forward as written. Is anyone ready to do that?
I make a motion to approve the language as amended.
Do we have a second? I am not hearing a second. Okay, I guess we'll.
I will second that. Sorry.
We do have a second.
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion on this. Okay. Let's take a voice vote. All in favor of this, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Krista, do you think we need a roll call vote?
I heard 6 people vote clearly. So that's not a full majority of the members.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote then. And then we'll move on to our key topic of the day.
We do this with raised hands?
I'm not sure if that comes across in the recording. I would like to do that, but why don't we just do a roll call?
CJ?
Pass.
Pass or yes?
Pass.
Okay. Mike Fowler,
I'll go yes.
Patrick Hayes was no. Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes, approved.
Alan Montpelier,
Yes.
Irina,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Present.
did you want to vote?
No, I'm just gonna abstain on this one.
Okay. Sean Vig. Oh, not here. And Amy, you or Poppy gonna vote on this one?
I'll vote. This is Poppy. Yes.
Okay. So that is 9-1 with 4 abstentions. Is there anybody that came in after the initial roll that is a voting member of the tag that wants to chime in? Okay.
Okay, Krista, so does that pass then? Was 9 sufficient to pass?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. All right, well, we are on to item 6 because it is 10 o'clock. So we are going to entertain 3 proposals on the carbon emissions factors that are in table C407. All 3 propose to change the same table, which is used. So Washington State does not use the energy cost budget or energy use for energy modeling compliance, building performance compliance. We instead use a carbon table that was adopted for the 2018 code and is now in effect. And that there was a great deal of discussion on that in 2018. And we are going to revisit it today. So there's 3 proposals. We're going to go through all 3 of them one by one, and then we'll entertain questions and all that as we go through them. But I don't think I'd recommend we don't move on any of them until we've heard all 3 of them. But of course, you are, as tag members, are free to do whatever you need to want to do. So without further ado, the proponent of 142. You have the floor.
Hey, Shell, this is Chris. I'm going to speak on this. I'm the backup for the proponent on this proposal. And so basically what we're attempting to do is to to reevaluate the CO2 carbon emissions on this. So the first one actually combines carbon with cost in the emissions factor. We feel it's very important to keep an eye on cost as we go through this whole process. A lot of these changes, as we're going through making changes, little changes at a time like these, we will very soon meet a critical mass where these little changes will create a system where, will create an area where the gas system is no longer viable. Like there's no longer, we can't get enough gas through there. So that's kind of the basis for where we're coming out with this. And when it gets to that, it's going to be, there's a lot of extension as an electric utility representative. There's a lot of extra costs that come in when we start making decisions and start making things that put into jeopardy the viability of our gas pipeline system in our electric service territory. And so basically what this does is this tries to keep some of that cost in there. It uses a 50-50 weighted average between just straight costs of the fuel sources, and then on the carbon content side, you can see in there we're using a marginal electric emissions factor based on the NWPCC, and then we've also included on the natural gas side a look forward into expecting to have some renewable natural gas and hydrogen on the gas systems moving forward. And I hope I didn't butcher that too. This is my first time, and I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of nervous.
Thanks, Chris. And no reason to be nervous. We're all trying to meet our legislative mandates and move this all forward. So thank you. And does anybody have any questions for Chris on this proposal? Any comments? Amy?
Yeah, this is Amy. I'm just curious, in Puget Sound's IRP or any of the other natural gas IRPs in Washington, what is the projected RNG in 2030 and 2035?
So 2030, we're at 10%. By 2050, the pledge is to have a carbon neutral gas system. That's kind of like where we're at right now. We're actually doing studies as we speak. I was on the phone last night late trying to get the latest information, but it's just not ready. The goal to share with you guys is to have some type of easy to look at graph on what percentages in what year of RNG we expect on our system. I'm hoping to have that in the next couple of weeks for you guys.
I think my question is more like your actual IRP that was filed with the Utilities and Transportation Commission. Like, does it, I don't recall, and I don't have it in front of me, but I don't recall it actually showing any RNG in the 2030, 2035 range.
Yeah.
But again, I don't have it in front of me.
Amy, just for the rest of us, could you untangle that acronym and
Yeah.
what you just said?
Sure. Somebody could mute, that'd be great. An IRP is an integrated resource plan, and that's something that all the utilities in Washington do for their electric system and for their gas system. They're separate plans. Basically, like, how are we going to meet our energy needs over the next 20 years? So Puget, Sound Energy, and all the gas utilities file a integrated resource plan for their gas system, showing, you know, how they project meeting energy needs and expected load growth over the next 20 years. And as I said, I don't have it in front of me, but the last time I remember looking at it, I didn't see, you know, 10% RNG in 2030.
No, yeah, and it may, and I think it depends on when that last IRP was released, because this is all very new and evolving. And like I said, we're doing research and figuring stuff out. So it may have just be the fact that that IRP was released kind of before we were thinking down this road. But I can definitely look into that and follow up with you.
Okay. Louis, I think, was next.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chris, what is the basis for the 50% split, or the weighting that you're doing with the cost? What's kind of help us step through what the thinking is there? Or what's the base? I mean, you could have chose 42% or 57 or, you know, whatever.
I think 50 was the place to start. I don't think that there wasn't a lot of thought in behind it saying that, well, you know, 44% or whatever. It was more, I think, a starting point of where we can start the conversation.
So it's kind of more or less in order to make it a viable system. That seems like a kind of a, you know, you could have gone 100%, or you could have gone 0. So you kind of went halfway. And so to make it, it's more though just to make the gas viable rather than base it on, you know, some particular analytic basis, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we didn't even do that. I think it was just we started at 50%, and that's what we stuck with. We didn't look at like where the maximum benefit for therms versus KWH was in that percentages. I think we just went with 50%.
Yeah, I see. Well, you got to choose something, right?
Right.
The other question I had is, I guess you know, Amy was talking about the integrated resource plans, and, you know, are there other? Basically, the question is, there's other utilities that are actually committing in there. So the integrated resource plans is a look ahead for the utilities in terms of, this is the commitment we're making for where we're going to get our resources from. In this case, clean natural gas. You know, I'm not all into the legislative stuff that's going on, but I understand that state of Washington kind of has a mandate on the clean electricity, and there's not really the version of that on the clean gas. But is that, I mean, if you're basically wanting to have those in the integrated resource plans, and maybe it sounds like some of these utilities are developing that, do you think there's a commitment for a legislative aspect of having, you know, clean gas be part of the mix? I mean, it's one of those things, kind of the electric side's working on stuff. Is gas willing to have a commitment kind of on a legislative piece, or is there not necessarily that thinking piece going on yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really for us, and I'm definitely, that's a couple pay grades above me to make that decision. But I would say in general, from what I've seen, there's definitely, we're open for discussion. We want to solve our greenhouse gas issue in Washington State in a way that works for everybody. We're not trying to dig in and stop, you know, progress from happening in greening up our system. We want, you know, we have we're developing a plan, and I think it's a really good plan, and it'd be cool if we could work with everybody else in the state to make it a reality.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I would say, I think it would help in terms of people getting excited about the proposal if they saw some of that movement in there, right? It's like if they saw it in the integrated resource plans, and then they saw it also in the legislative front, that this interest in
Yeah.
moving gas. So, I mean, I know that obviously you're just working this proposal, but I would say that kind of that message going up to the top, it would be helpful, and then I would say maybe a little more basis on the weighting of that. I don't know what that could be, but that I think that would be helpful. Anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Louis. I think Dwayne was next.
Yeah, thanks. Two concerns that come to mind, a small one and a big one. The small one being that I was just checking California, and their analysis was that the amount of current natural gas that could be replaced by renewables under the most optimistic scenario, I think, was 4.3%, and other scenarios they looked at was down to like 1.2, I think. So that's my small concern, is that the 10% seems wildly out of reach, and especially anytime soon. The bigger concern, though, is that the table we're looking at the screen, combining emissions and fuel cost results in essentially a nonsense number. There's no there's no units that are assigned to this. It seems to me to be completely arbitrary. That's my concern.
Okay. I can definitely see that. Yeah, there's no scale on what that 0.445 means if it's a combination of the two, other than as it relates to everything else. And I don't know, I guess I'd be open to, do you have any other ideas on how to not get too away from cost? Because again, our big thing is customer cost, is really what all this stuff comes down to. And as we get away from a viable gas system, our customer costs just goes up exponentially. So I would love any other kind of opportunity or any other ideas to kind of help work with this, with this portion of the code.
Well, if I could respond a bit, I think that the intention of Washington State is that the use of fossil fuels in the state shrinks dramatically over the next couple of decades. I think that's our plan. And so that cost impact on your customers is going to happen regardless.
Yeah, but there's an intelligent way to do that, and then there's a let's just stop gas way to do that. And we're trying to work through, trying to find a middle ground where we can have a net neutral carbon gas system and reduce our carbon output by 90%. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at it, but our 24 net zero by 2045 plan that I shared with the group a couple weeks ago, please go look at that. There's a nice white paper on that. It kind of really gets into the ideas of what our plan is moving forward. So I think that's a pretty good place to start.
Thanks, Chris. And you and Dwayne both mentioned studies. So as you mention things, if you could be so kind as to put them in the chat so that people can find exactly what you're talking about. I think that would be helpful for everybody. So I wrote down, perfect, I think the order in which people had comments. Mark Frankel is next.
Thanks. I'm sort of trying to figure out the cost thing, and it seems like, are you trying to introduce a subsidy for the existing gas lines or subsidize the installation of new gas lines with this? When you say the gas lines are going to get too expensive,
So basically what I'm saying is from a larger perspective of our natural gas system, we have to have a certain minimal amount of throughput to be able to keep that system alive. And so that comment was more towards things like this, where you're going off of carbon, and it makes it, in all effects and purposes, make it so nobody's going to install natural gas in any new building. Those kind of that's another step towards the risk of having a gas system that can't sustain itself. So I guess that's kind of what I was trying to go with there.
So the more we cut back on gas, the more we have to subsidize the distribution system, is what you're saying.
So I wrote down, I had a meeting with our transmission planners last night and wrote down, and they've done an analysis on what the cost to our system would be if there's no gas system available and we're 100% electric, or if there is a minimal gas system that handles minimal throughput plus peak winter days. And a couple of things that really kind of shocked me coming from this meeting is, so basically in order to go all electric, we would need to install 100 new miles of transmission line. And just for anybody who's in and around the Bellevue area knows, we have this East Side Transmission Link we're trying to put together. We're trying to get built. That's only 16 miles. And that has been at least 6-7 year process and very difficult to do. And so I just imagine it's going to take 100 extra miles of transmission line throughout Western Washington in order to do this. We'd have to have 110 more substations, which was kind of crazy. Right now we have 300, so we'd add another third on top of it of substations, and thinking about where you're going to put those in the middle of neighborhoods. So there's a lot of costs. Overall cost to a system with no gas is by 2040 would be an extra $5.5 billion for just our system. If we can find a way to keep that minimal throughput plus peak, the cost to our electric system to get there is only around 800 million. So there's a significant cost impact to all of the people in Washington State. Every single customer in Washington State is going to have a significant cost impact if we continue to go on this road where we're going to try to just completely get rid of fossil fuels and not have a viable gas system.
Yeah, and maybe the cost of everything else that's happening because we're burning gas, we should count too. I mean, that's the goal, right? Is to decarbonize our economy. So
exactly,
out of those
and that's our goal
costs,
too.
I mean, you know, we got to pay for electric transmission, or we got to pay for cooling centers for emergencies and seawalls and what have you, right? It seems like a reasonable choice to me.
I guess just to interject, it sounds like Chris is suggesting that the gas system will be mostly renewable by 2050. And we haven't seen the plan, but that wouldn't count as fossil fuels. So I guess.
Again, I just sent the link to what we have now. It's getting more and more detailed as we work through this. And I'm definitely, as soon as stuff's ready for sharing, you guys are the first place I'm sharing it with.
Okay. And I think just to reset everybody, we're talking about the 2021 code, and the 2021 code will affect, I don't know, what I've heard is somewhere between 2 and 3% of the buildings in Washington during its cycle. So all new buildings, but new buildings are a very small subset of all buildings out there. New buildings and major renovations. So just, you know, the 2021 code is not going to end gas.
Yeah, and I said that it's just the next little step down the path.
Yep. Okay. So next on the list was Scott Henderson.
Yeah. You know, as I'm hearing this discussion, I guess my question isn't entirely germane to this code change proposal, but I'm just scratching my head over how on-site renewable energy is 0.00. I know that there's, you know, like mining and manufacturing and all kinds of things that go into creating those things. Is that not considered in this kind of calculation? I guess that's me expressing a bit of ignorance on how these are arrived at. So please forgive me for that. But if someone could help me understand that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think actually probably Gary would be the better guy to ask, but I would say that this table is just with the actual emissions, has nothing to do with what it takes to build that piece of equipment
And it doesn't consider other backup or anything of that nature, just that as standalone.
Hi,
That's what I guess.
everybody.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. I appreciate that.
I'd agree there, if you don't mind me stepping in. We did not consider embodied carbon in this. It's only operational, Scott. But thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you. That I appreciate the info.
Then after Scott Henderson is
Oh,
Scott Peterson.
Hey, Scott Peterson. I work with the Northwest Gas Association.
Northwest Gas.
Just a couple points. One, as just to make clear, renewable natural gas is not a fossil fuel.
Oh, no.
And the
Oh.
industry is quickly, moving towards introducing RNG into their system. And I've sent an email to the SBCC at des.wa.gov email with all the public plans, decarbonization plans by the Northwest Gas Association members that documents their public commitment to decarbonization. So if our goal is decarbonization, so in my mind, it seems like the goal is decarbonization, not electrification. So if that's the case, then we need to use all the tools in front of us to decarbonize, which includes maintaining an affordable natural gas system to deliver energy to customers in the region. The industry is also looking at adding green hydrogen to the system. So we're not talking about just RNG, we're talking about also hydrogen. For example, in Europe, they've already begun adding up to 20% of their natural gas systems, adding hydrogen. And we're beginning the studies here in the Pacific Northwest to determine the ability of our pipes and valves and everything else to handle the highest amount of hydrogen possible. I know Northwest Natural has a pilot study already in place to on renewable hydrogen. And I would also add the studies that refer to the overall potential of RNG, for example, the one in Washington State that shows we can only add 3 to 5%. They limit RNG production to in-state RNG production, but it's a national market. For example, Northwest Natural's first big investment in RNG is with a Tyson's meat facility in Nebraska. So we're going to be bringing RNG from, the natural gas system is massive and national, and we'll be bringing RNG into the Pacific Northwest from all over the country, much like electricity. We don't have the ability just in the Pacific Northwest to produce renewable electricity. We have to bring it from other markets. We'll do the same with RNG. So we'll keep adding information as this conversation progresses, and we'll answer questions. But I'm just trying to clarify, it seems wildly premature to be talking about limiting the use of an extremely reliable and affordable energy use. Our energy system and our reliability and resiliency was demonstrated during the ice storms, where gas continued to work and electricity didn't in many cases. And so it's an important part of maintaining a mature, viable economy. And we hope to have continued discussions to protect that system that is decarbonizing.
I guess I have a question, because I guess my understanding of the commercial buildings is that generally the heating sources for those, even if they're fossil fuel based, they require a certain amount of electricity for the actual heating to occur within a building. So without electricity, it would be challenging. Is that true? Or do fossil fuel based systems work without electricity?
Yeah, I guess I'm referring more to, homes. So if it doesn't apply to commercial buildings, and
yeah, today we're talking about the commercial code.
Right.
And I think the envisioned end of natural gas is a good subject, is an interesting subject to cover. Today we're talking specifically about the 2021 Energy Code, and so I think it's good to bring those big picture ideas into this discussion, but I think we should focus on the 3 proposals that we're about to get to. because this code is, as I stated earlier, not going to end gas as we know it. It will have an effect on gas and electricity use, but it won't, in and of itself, end fossil fuels. So I'd like to keep us relatively focused on the topics at hand. So next on my list is, Gary, did we hear what you wanted to say, or do you have more to say?
No, I was going to, no, I had nothing more at this point in time. I think Scott kind of covered a few of the things that I was going to say, but I agree that we need to stay focused on this proposal, and I did work with Chris and others on this, and yes, it may be an oversimplification, trying to introduce a concept that would basically consider both cost and emissions, giving them equal weighting in this particular proposal. I realize that the metric there doesn't seem to make sense, but I believe it would work, whether you agree with the underlying emissions factors or costs. So I'll just leave it at that and let others comment. Thanks, Joe.
Great, thanks, Gary. Irina is next.
Hi, thanks, Chell. So I wanted to just flag that this proposal, it's different from the other two proposals that are just looking to adjust emissions factor. It's like just drastically changing the way that we think about the emissions factor by incorporating the cost. I think it's problematic because the emission factor is how we quantify pollutants that are associated with an activity. And so just, largely echoing what Dwayne mentioned earlier, is incorporating cost into that seems nonsensical. And then the other thing that maybe I wanted to add is considering that there's not a lot of data to kind of understand what the implications of this change are. I feel that this proposal is immature. It might be easier to evaluate it once there's more data on renewable fuel sources and also on the cost of gas beyond the near term. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Irina. I have Sean Denniston next.
Thanks. I do this proposal specifically. I think that it.
Sean, your audio is really challenging to understand.
All right. If you want to go to the next person, then come back to me.
That sounds great. I'm assuming everybody else heard the same challenging things that I heard. Poppy is next, although Poppy lowered her hand. So, Poppy, did you intentionally do so?
Yes, I just wanted, but I'll take just a second to add a couple thoughts. I just wanted to state that I think that most of the discussion is at a more macro level, and I do think that that's relevant and something that we need to be considering in the future. But I just wanted to emphasize, without having a binding requirement like CETA, it does seem premature from that perspective as well to support this type of proposal, especially considering the low probability of broad decarbonization of pipeline gas.
Thanks, Poppy. Sean, see if we can hear you this time.
Better.
No.
Not really. No, you sound somewhat like Darth Vader-ish.
Try turning off your video, Sean.
Right.
All right. How about that?
No.
I will drive out and come back in.
It's really bad.
I mean, that's dark. That's epic. If you were trying to lead a civilization in rebellion to take over another planet, that's perfect. But for the tag, it's challenging.
Hey, Shell, one just comment based on the past couple comments I was thinking about. One thing just to keep in mind is we're not just talking about switching all of the natural gas that's currently being used over to RNG. We understand that there's very big complications with that. This also inherently, our plan also inherently includes a massive reduction in the amount of natural gas that we're putting through our system. So we're getting there with the carbon. It's not just, well, you can spend $5 billion to do your system, or we have to spend $5 billion on a seawall. We're reaching our goals and being cost effective for everybody. And I guess that's the goal of what we want to do.
Thanks. So everybody who has their hand up has talked except for Kevin. So I'm gonna call on Kevin.
Oh, thank you. This is Kevin with Northwest Natural. There've been a number of comments made on costs and CETA. I just wanted to point out that CETA includes off-ramps and cost caps for modifications to the electrical grid. And I expect that we'll hit those. They'll be called into play based on the costs that Chris was just talking about. So again, this proposal is intended to capture the impact both of emissions and of cost, and keep both those elements in the conversation. That we can't achieve emissions reduction at any cost, but we should at a reasonable cost. That's enough said.
Thanks, Kevin. Everybody else has talked who has their hand up, so please take your hand down if you are done commenting, or put it up if you still have a comment. Alan.
Thanks. Thanks, Shell. The thing that when I'm reading the proposal code change language at the bottom there, the thing that is interesting with this is that it's, if I'm reading it correctly, it's including in the natural gas emissions factor the future 10% renewable natural gas mix in 2030 to 2035. This 2021 codes won't be implemented, or will be in place from what, 2023 through 2028. So that'll be, this code cycle will be in advance of when the renewable natural gas will be in play. So at least at a level of 10%. So I'm having trouble figuring out why we would be crediting it, crediting that natural gas for the renewables.
It's my understanding we already do that on the electric side. I mean, because doesn't NW, Northwest Power Planning Council, isn't it 1.5 pounds per kWh right now, but we're using 0.7. So I think that's what our thought process was when we, with the forward looking, that's already kind of happening on the electric side. And like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but that was my theory at least.
That is true, Chris, that the electricity factor is also a projected future factor.
Okay, so Mike Kennedy.
I just wanted to respond to the comment about being from an area where we have our more than our fair share of electric outages. While a lot of equipment does require electricity, it's a lot easier to provide the electricity that runs the fan than the heat source. If you have a backup, a generator. And so it's just a lot easier to deal with buildings and kind of a power-free situation with a generator and gas heat than it is with electric heat. And that's in commercial. So that's just a thought there. I also think we're going to wind up paying for seawalls anyway. But
thanks, Mike. We have Dwayne and Mark with their hands up still. I want to take these, but we have 3 proposals on very similar topics. So let's hear from Dwayne and then Mark, and then let's move on to the next one and talk about that specific proposal.
Thanks. I'd just like to challenge the extreme cost scenarios that the industry reps here have presented. We're looking at this in Seattle in depth right now, and we'll have a report that's going to be published in a month or so. But there are a number of things at play here. We don't just add a bunch of electricity to the mix where we're taking away gas. We're also in these the code proposals we're looking at. We're also restricting use of electric resistance, and we're doing a number of other things that reduce building energy use significantly. And this is all in an environment where our electric grid use has been going down pretty steadily for a decade now and is projected to continue going down. So the alarmist things we've heard about spending billions of dollars on new substations and so forth must be taken with a grain of salt.
I mean, I kind of object to the term alarmist. It's a study done by our internal engineers looking at what we're doing based on what politics of the and the future of Washington State. So I don't think I would necessarily call it alarmist.
Mark.
Yeah, just in the context of Dwayne's comments, I'll point out that the whole whoops debacle was based on projections of steady growth that could only be met with nuclear power. And we all saw how that went. But my question, just really quickly to bring this to now, is I'd like to know what % renewable natural gas is in the system today, if any.
So based on the thing that I've sent now multiple times, I believe I got pulled up. I don't have it right in front of me. I believe it's either around 0.5 to 2.5% because we already have a couple of dairy digesters that are putting methane on the system. We've had them for a few years. It's very small right now. I think our first projection point was about 2%. But again, I have to pull that up and then I can answer your question more specifically.
Okay, sounds good. Sean is ready to talk now.
My comments were essentially given by others, so I'll just let those stand.
Okay, thanks. Caroline?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment again about this specific proposal, not electricity versus gas, but more just the problematic nature of this new metric. So in terms of how this applies, this metric lives within C407 and, LEED, for example, provides different credits and points based separately on cost or greenhouse gas emissions or site energy or source energy. And the way these are just weighted and combined into one kind of made up metric, I think in the way this gets applied, it just will create more confusion and a basis in a value that doesn't really exist. So I think as written, just this metric itself is pretty problematic. Thank you.
Okay, I heard from Glenn, who is someone who's brought in to talk about the third carbon emissions proposal that Glenn needs to leave at 11. So I would
yeah, Shell, I'm okay with the second proposal is just taking out the cost, but its underlying changes to the emission factors are the same as this proposal. So if and I'm perfectly fine moving forward to the last one and then come back and talk.
So if nobody objects, then I'd like to move to 156 and then we can go back to 141. Does that sound good? Okay, let's go to 146 and or 156, sorry. And let's let the proponents talk.
Thanks. I'm Glenn Blackman, and I'm manager of the Energy Policy Office that's part of the Department of Commerce. And our proposal is to adjust the electricity carbon emissions factor based on the effect of the Clean Energy Transformation Act that was adopted by the legislature in 2019. Is it okay if I share my screen for a minute?
Please do.
Let's see, I think so. Somebody else would have to stop for me to start. Okay. So you've heard about this law CETA some, and this just briefly summarizes the limitations that it imposes on electricity sources going out into the future. Starting in 2025, utilities have to remove coal from their retail portfolios. And then in 2030, we have a greenhouse gas neutral standard where at least 80% of the electricity supply has to be non-emitting. It could be renewable or nuclear. The utilities could use up to 20% natural gas still, but that would have to be offset by alternative compliance options. And then in 2045, it becomes 100% renewable or non-emitting. And this law, makes a very big change in terms of that forward-looking emissions factor that should be reflected when new buildings are being constructed and the code is set to limit and incorporate the cost of greenhouse gas emissions into the building design process. This chart is from Puget Sound Energy's just released electric integrated resource plan. It shows our largest electric utilities plans in terms of what they see their emissions doing out into the future. You can see that even in 2022, they project a substantial reduction in emissions. And then by 2030, they go down again very substantially. And the emissions that remain at that point are in fact offset by alternative compliance options. So we think that at just kind of a basic level, the emissions from electricity on a forward-looking basis should be substantially lower than what we saw before. When this rate was set 3 years ago. The question is, what's the appropriate new rate? And so to try to figure that out, we got some help from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Peter Gagnon is on the line here too, and he did the analysis that we summarized and included in our proposal. This is kind of the key feature of it. What they did was model the entire electric system in the West and factored in constraints such as CETA on the choice of resources, but then otherwise tried to find the least cost mix of resources that would meet needs. You can see on the left-hand chart that, despite clean electricity policies such as ours and Oregon's and California's, there would still continue to be fossil fuels used in the grid indefinitely into the future. Those are the black and purple sections of that chart on the left. And so because of that, since we operate in this interconnected grid, even if we are 100% clean in Washington, we recognize that our level of consumption actually has some effects on what happens in other states, and that we should acknowledge that fact. And so what the chart on the right does is show how if we grow our electric system, where would that electricity come from? And while you could say, well, it's got to be 100% clean because that's what the law says, we acknowledge that modeling an interconnected West-wide system, that in fact our consumption can have some effects on the use of fossil fuel in other states. And so in the modeling there, we see that that marginal effect, we still have some emissions associated with our electricity growth going out for several more years. Eventually by 2036, we, our consumption no longer has any emissions associated with it. And in fact, as we build out more renewables, we'll actually start to push fossil fuels off the grid in other states in those out years. So we even see a negative emissions rate going out into the future. Anyway, that is the analysis behind our proposal. There are more details in the write-up that we provided, and then even more in a report that's cited there that NREL published. But it calculates in this scenario a rate of 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour, and that's what we recommend as the new rate in this table. Thank you.
So Glenn, is it time to open up for questions, or do you want to?
I'd be happy to, and there may be questions that Peter should, I should deflect to Peter, but we're ready to move to questions if you are.
Sure. Thanks for the introduction. I think Gavin had his virtual hand up first. Gavin?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Glenn, thanks for the proposal. My question is, how much of the CETA compliance in the coming, let's just say, like decade and a half is being met with renewable energy credits from what you've seen in the rulemaking so far?
Well, the upper bound on that is 20%. And I assume that what you mean there is unbundled renewable energy credits. All of the renewable energy has to be verified and documented by the retirement of renewable energy credits. A utility is allowed to use natural gas up to 20% after 2030. And that portion then can be offset by retiring unbundled renewable energy credits.
So for compliance purposes, you're thinking 20% is RECs, and I'm wondering if this is like a conversation that needs to bring in site source energy now. I mean, are we kind of like crossing into a source energy versus site energy threshold? And I think there's probably like veterans of the TAG that can speak to that better than me, but I'm wondering what RECs is the retirement of a REC actually accomplishing the goals of the TAG, so to speak, given that we're supposed to be looking at site energy more than source.
Well, my understanding, and the way I feel reluctant to talk about how the code is used, because it certainly is not my area, but I understand this table to be the emissions that are associated with off-site energy that is consumed, except for the last line in that table, which is for on-site renewables. But all of these are off-site, or what the carbon accountants call Scope 2 emissions, and those are coming from a pipeline for natural gas or from the electricity grid. They have emissions for electricity, off-site that are properly included in the emissions associated with consumption at the building.
Lewis.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, can you go back to the colored charts or the colored diagrams real quick on screen? Yeah, the two little graphs that you had up there. I have a couple questions. So I take it the one on the left is if we do nothing, right? That would be what would happen, the estimate of what would happen in the grid. And then on the right is basically adjusting it per this code and other codes, the adjusting the value of carbon to reflect the legislative requirements. Is that right?
No, the chart on the left shows the total amount of electricity that would be supplied in the West each year and the sources for it. So this is a projection that solves for or satisfies constraints like the CETA in Washington and other state policies. but then tries to find the most cost-effective mix of resources. And the result is this, combination of different resources that increases over time. And then the chart on the right shows the give and take. If we were to have X amount of extra electricity that we needed to produce, where would we get that in this forward-looking, where we can choose the resources we would use, which ones would we use? And so that's the one that shows that in the near term, we would actually continue to use some fossil fuel. Eventually, it becomes non-emitting resources almost exclusively.
Right. Okay. So what I see by the year 24, so this is basically the Western region, which I think is everything west of the Rocky Mountains except California, right? Isn't that the territory?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. So what you see.
No, I'm
by
sorry, it includes California, but.
Oh, it includes California. Okay, good. And so by 24, what I see is that it looks like the blues, wind power, the yellow solar, and you got storage. And then you've got this extra piece of coal, natural gas that's below the line. And is that basically over generation that we don't need, or what is that? The 0 to 0 minus 0.5 and it's purple. Explain what that block is.
Yeah, in the out years, as we build electric generating resources to meet electricity demand, but both in terms of cost and state policies, we will actually, sometimes generate more electricity than we need to serve load at any given point. And at those times, the extra renewable generation has to go somewhere. And what it will do is it'll push fossil fuel generation in other states off the grid, because it'll be, zero running costs. And those fossil plants will say, hey, we don't want to spend our money to run in this circumstance. We'll take that free renewable energy instead. So in those years, we actually see, negative use of natural gas. And so, in theory, you could have a negative emissions rate for our state in those years. Now, what we've done here is a 20-year average, and so you don't get a negative rate. You get 0.44 as the average over that period.
I see. So basically, what you're doing is you're looking at estimating to meet this thing over time, and then you're adjusting the value of the carbon in the proposal to meet this goal. Is that essentially what you're doing?
Yep, that's right. I mean, so an investment decision made today or in 2024 about what components to put into a building that's going to require a certain amount of electricity, and we've chosen a 20-year study period to evaluate that. And we've estimated using this model that that electricity will be generated with an emissions rate of 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour.
I see. And so last question. So, in the previous proposal, they're talking about renewable natural gas. If that were actually to show up in legislation or in integrated resource plans, then in theory, you could readjust this numbers to reflect that, or is that too complicated to move into this analysis?
Well, it wouldn't affect the electricity number unless you were using renewable natural gas to generate electricity. So that could possibly affect it, though we don't see a lot of movement in that direction. But certainly, in terms of the emissions rate for the natural gas itself, we haven't proposed to lower that factor for the anticipated use of renewable natural gas. But if that were actually, a binding provision, the way CETA is for electricity, so that if we had a lot of confidence that, in fact, the mix of gas delivered to buildings in Washington was going to include 10% renewable natural gas, we would support that the same way we're doing this for electricity.
I see. So,
It just-
in actuality, wouldn't, so this is actually the power plant's being, but in other words, if you had a cow digester and it was feeding cow gas or methane to the power plant, what you would do is have this purple, and it would be in this purple section, it would be a slightly different color. I don't know, maybe a light purple or something. And essentially, then, you would choose like, oh, I got all this extra methane I'm using. It's the same as wind power, right? It's free, essentially. Well, not, you have transmission costs, but it could have an impact on it. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it might show up in that biopower, which would be green on this chart if it were showing up. It's just
I
not
see.
there.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right, enough questions.
Okay. Let's move on to Gary.
Thanks, Joe, appreciate it. Maybe just a couple of comments, concerns, and then question. In digging into this, it looks like, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, that maybe this was generated using the Cambium tool from NREL. And there certainly are caveats, and again, I'm not an expert in this field. I haven't had the time to really dig into the Cambium tool, if that's what was used. But even the documentation includes some caveats or some disclaimers. For example, the models used by Cambium are necessarily simplifications of reality. And the metrics produced by those models deviate from realities to some degree. Capacity expansion decisions have limited foresight. And there are some other caveats there, all really to bring in the larger question of the expertise of this particular group, and I'm referring to the TAG and all the people filling in, to really decide on what the right emissions factor is to be used in a code upon which we'll be making decisions that, if the factor is wrong, will be wrong. The marginal emissions on the Western grid today are about 1.5 pounds, not anywhere near a 0.44. Referenced the Northwest Power Council report before. We used that as a basis in the 2018 discussions, and that report ranged anywhere from about 0.56 to 0.97. And now we have a tool that is showing 0.44. So I've become, over the last several years, since I've been involved in other discussions around emissions, that even ASHRAE can't decide on the proper methodology to estimate emissions or which emissions factors to use in their own standards. And so that kind of doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence in the number that we're picking, whether it be the number from the NREL report, the number from our own proposals, or the numbers in the Northwest Power Council. And I don't know what we do about that, because I do believe it's important to track emissions and reduce emissions. So finally, leading to my question, if somebody could give a quick explanation on what the long run marginal emissions rate really is that a projection of the emissions at some specific future point in time, or is it something different? So that's my question. Thank you.
Sure. Peter, would you like to take that question? I'd love to answer it, but I also would love to hear your expertise on it.
Yeah, sure. And I'll talk about the long run marginal emission rate in just a second. I do want to clarify one kind of minor thing. This work was conducted under the Cambium project and is kind of adjacent to a thing that we're now calling the Cambium tool and Cambium dataset. But this was actually not generated with the Cambium model. It uses the REEDS model, the Regional Energy Deployment System. The main reason why that matters is that Cambium is relatively new, REEDS is not. We've been using this, the REEDS model, to analyzed the future of the power sector for coming up on 2 decades now, primarily for the federal government, but we've done state level analysis as well. So the group that I work in at the National Renewable Energy has a great deal of experience in this area. This is not as new as it may seem if you just look for when cambium started showing up. With that being said, there are caveats to any type of model projection of the future. If you could project that and not have caveats, then you should let me know how you're doing that, because I think we would benefit from a discussion. Okay, so the long run marginal emission rate, this is a good and important question. Long run is not referring to a specific period of time. It sounds like that. Maybe we should have picked a different name, but it's a technical addition that essentially means that we are looking at the emissions induced by new electric load, taking into consideration how the electric load could influence the structural evolution of the grid. The long run is referring to that last bit, that it includes the structural evolution of the grid. This is different from if you hear people talking about just marginal emission rates, they're almost certainly referring to something called the short run marginal, which is saying what is the marginal emission rate of new load, keeping the capital assets of the grid fixed, which is why you get a higher number, is because if you can't build anything new, then your new emissions are predominantly going to come from fossil fuels, gas and coal. If you can't build anything new, then you're probably using all the nukes, wind and solar that you already have available. And so it's predominantly going to be dispatchable natural gas fossil fuel generators. Whereas if you're looking at a long-lived asset, which is how we interpreted the tables informing assets that are going to be around for a long time, then they have the ability to influence the structural evolution of the grid. Again, that's just a fancy way to say that if we add more electricity demand to the system, that it will is projected to induce new wind and solar builds, and that if you don't include those structural changes, the new wind and solar capacity, then you are overestimating the amount of emissions that will be induced by this long-term change in electricity demand. So let me know if that wasn't clear.
Thank you for that explanation. I do understand it a little bit better. Not 100%, but I think I understand it a little bit better. I'm not sure if it changes my mind on the relative question of what's the right number, but I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And I know you guys have done a lot of work in this area, and appreciate that. Thanks.
One thing that might be helpful context is that in the probably the best analog to what's being presented here, this long run marginal emission rate, is just relatively recently the California Energy Commission's 2022 Energy Code update. Their time dependent valuation methodology is transitioning to it's a long run source energy factor. They're using source energy instead of carbon for various, the decision was made within the state that they, I guess they're interpreting that they can't directly track carbon, so they're using source energy as a proxy, but it's the same concept. And this was the adoption of this metric was for informing energy codes. So it's a similar area, but it's the same thing. It's like that, the long run marginal as opposed to a short run marginal.
Again, thanks. And I think some of the comments, some of the same issues and questions around source energy factors also exist. And again, so again, I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Thanks. And Gary, to your much earlier comment about overall strategy in the TAG selecting carbon numbers, my hope as the TAG chair was to get a third party somewhere in the state of Washington or at the federal level to select something that was appropriate for Washington, and then we could simply adopt that. Because I do think that there are experts out there that have expertise beyond the TAG, and that is why I'm glad that the Department of Commerce was willing to take on this task.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. again, I still have a lot of questions, but thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Mike Kennedy is next.
I may have missed this in what was just said. This is a nice piece of work. The 0.44 number, is that, I mean, it's the long run, it's accounting for changes in generation sources. Is it the number in 2044, or is it the average from 2024 to 2044? What value is that? I mean, it's impacting the energy code, which is equipment going in today. And to the extent that it's hard to put in electric equipment after you've put in gas, it affects future equipment. But 2044 is 20 years out. So I'm just kind of curious about the details of that number.
Yeah, well, let me be real clear on that. This is a 20-year average number, and it's meant to, reflect the energy that will be consumed as a result of equipment and, building design choices that are made under this new code. And we would expect this number to change in the future and to be lower in the future, because we're going to work our way past the fossil fuels that you see in the chart that's on the screen now. But this represents the 20-year number that's appropriate for this code cycle.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. Just out of curiosity, do you happen to know what the number is for like 2024 right now?
Well, I can tell you what the average emissions rate on the grid is today for Washington, but it's not really the same concept as this forward-looking, what would you, what extra emissions would occur based on a decision that you make today. You really have to look at it over all those years. But today, actually 2019 data, the average emissions rate, according to the Washington fuel mix that we publish, is about 0.5 pounds per kilowatt hour.
Okay, well, nice piece of work again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Dee Scott.
Hey, quick question for Glenn or Enro. What is the how much electric load how do you see the electric load progressing? Is it in Washington State, is it going to stay static? Is it going to go down, or is it going to increase? What's that figure you're using, or in this analysis?
Yeah, Peter, why don't you talk about the load assumption?
Yeah, the load, the projections of changes of load over the time frame that we're looking at here were drawn from the the Energy Information and Administration's annual energy outlook. They have projections of regional growth rates in the future, and we draw from those. My apology, I'm nearly certain that it's a very slight growth over the time period that we're looking at here. It's not completely flat. Yeah.
And then
so we are seeing electric load growth in Washington State, because that was at issue earlier in our conversation.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So
this is a regional number. This isn't a Washington State number.
I should know the answer to that, but I don't. I believe it is a regional number. Correct. I'm fairly certain about that.
And then I would just add that, the Energy Information Administration, which we all use for kind of those baseline or reference assumptions and then work from that. But they are not perceiving the level of transformation of our economy in Washington that we expect to happen as a matter of state policy. In particular, the replacement of, in the transportation sector, of gasoline with electricity, whether it's used for batteries or to make hydrogen that's then used in transportation. Our state energy strategy, in there, we anticipate almost a doubling of electricity consumption in the state over the next 30 years, even though our total energy consumption will go down.
All right, well, that resolves an earlier conflict in our conversation. Is there a reason why you'd use EIA over Northwest Power Conservation Council members?
Inertia in the model, it's a national model, and those are the numbers that we have in there by default, and we typically don't change them unless we have a really good reason. And maybe this would have been a good enough reason, but to be perfectly honest, in our exploration of how sensitive these particular emissions factors are to load growth, assumptions about load growth, they're pretty robust against it. You have to have pretty remarkable transformation upward or pretty aggressive de-electrification in order for us to kind of deviate from the fuel mixture, the long-run marginal fuel mixtures that we tend to see. I'm afraid we don't have any published work on that, so you have to take my word for it if you believe me, and if you don't, that's fine too.
I don't have any reason not to believe you. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. We have David Balon. Are you in the room?
I am.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
My first comment is that this is a really good step forward because it does take into account the long-term trend in generating resources and, for that matter, consumption, which practically none of the short-term marginal cost does. The result is that it's actually far more robust, I think, and not only is it more robust, it actually is consistent with the sort of features of Washington's generating system for the last 20 years or so. My only real concern here is that 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour that's pretty much in the range of what it always has been in Washington since we started keeping track in 2007. But the problem with that in the C406 is that it provides a fairly decent incentive to use electric resistant space heating and or water heating because that tends to be cheaper than the gas alternative by virtue of its capital cost. So I would like to see something in the code that basically makes that more difficult, at least in the small scale zonal areas. That said, that you can do that with other ways, such as by raising the emissions rates arbitrarily, such as the theory advanced by the gas companies with cost. But that's pretty difficult to imagine. Anyway, so the Seattle code already does this, and it does it pretty well. But we don't have a comparable code provisions in the Washington code, and I'm not sure we could get away with it in any case. But some of this should be added into our code if we're going to use this kind of a number. One of the things about this number is it probably doesn't change anytime soon.
I think every 3 years we can revisit whether it changes or not. And we do have code proposals coming up the next 2 weeks that will consider a bunch of what Seattle did about electric resistance. So tune in on July 9th and July 16th for those continued discussions.
Will those impact C407?
You'll have to tune in to see. I don't know. Are they mandatory sections under C407? The heat pump water heating and the space heating?
Those
are in the 2018 Seattle Energy Code. I don't know how it's proposed.
It's proposed as mandatory, I think, Chell, and I don't think it really considers this C407 at all.
Okay. We'll litigate that next, the next two types. David Balon, I did see an analysis that showed that with a 0.44-ish around that number, electric resistance and gas were roughly at parity with in terms of their incentivization within code.
That's correct. Those two emission rates are comparable. The difference is that electricity, especially in heat pumps, has an efficiency rate of COP of about 3, whereas the gas is about 0.8. Round numbers. So it's a factor of 4 difference when you actually get a piece of equipment until you get to electric resistance straight ahead, where that's just a COP of 1, and now you're pretty much all in the same range.
No.
I using 0.44, I think it's a slight advantage to use electricity over gas.
Yeah, that's right.
So electricity would be a conservation measure.
I would just like to note, I mean, first of all, I have no expertise on this topic, but also that none of this entered into the analysis behind our proposal. I mean, this is a very straightforward update of the emissions rate that should be applied to electricity used in these buildings. And the implications of that for various outcomes is not part of this proposal.
Yeah, and I think that's important. That addresses what Dave Balon said, which is we could address, if we have concerns about electric resistance, let's address them elsewhere. My hope is this number is based on science and data, and the best number that we can come up with based on science and data, and then we can write the rest of the code to do what the rest of the code needs to do.
I think I agree with that, Joe. It does make it so that the odd political discussions that happened in 2018 and 19 are off the table, and we just can talk about what the implications of the emission rates of our systems are.
Okay, let's go to Amy.
Thanks, Joe. And I appreciate the rigor that went into this proposal to reflect laws that passed in 2019, which is after this tag last discussed this concept. So law that actually went into effect 2019 is what's leading to this proposal. Some people have brought up the Northwest Power and Conservation Council, which is in the process of developing the ACE Power Plan, the 2021 Power Plan. And it's not finalized yet, but it is showing, substantial renewable energy being needed for the Northwest to meet its power needs. I was just curious, Glenn or others, if you've had any discussions with Power Council staff, just to see where they might be coming in if they're doing a similar analysis as they did last time.
Yeah, we've definitely met with Power Council staff as we were developing this proposal. We ended up choosing to use the work that NREL has done. It fit better in terms of timing, and they've got this great west-wide perspective in this model that simultaneously allows them to identify state-specific results. And we felt like that was a very solid basis for us to use in developing a recommendation like this. I hope you're not blushing, Peter.
He's got his camera on so we'd see that. Amy, did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I'd have to go back and look at some of the power plan presentations, but I thought if they were doing some sort of similar analysis, I thought it was coming in at a similar level for this current power plan, but I know it's not finalized. A draft then is underway. So, but I think that makes sense, Glenn. Thank you.
Okay, John Frankel.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity. First, and thank you, NREL, for the depth of this analysis. But I would say that moving from source emissions of over 1 to 0.44 really does kind of defy belief, and particularly understanding that in Washington State, considering marginal emissions, that the emissions have been over 1 for more than a decade, despite how the power companies have portrayed what they believe is an aggressive inclusion of renewables. So to get to 0.44, it looks like there are a couple of assumptions that seem kind of challenging to me. First of all, you mentioned the treatment of the excess renewables. And from your brief mention of that, and then also looking at the chart, it looks like it has a pretty strong reliance on that. And I wonder whether or not you considered the seasonal component of renewables, particularly in this region where you have a stronger hydro and wind component in the spring, when the greatest energy need, not necessarily the electric need, but the greatest energy need occurs in the middle of winter. And even with best utility scale battery storage, you're getting only a few hours of shift, and putting that excess renewable out on the grid really does not do anything to displace the use of natural gas or coal in generation elsewhere, as you kind of portrayed. So that was kind of question one in there. And the second, whether or not you considered what is really a kind of a soft binding of the CETA mandate, and that with the expectation of off ramps and caps, that as the costs do grow, then there will be some scaling back of the aggressive nature of inclusion of renewables, and that that's going to be done because costs are just going to continue to rise as you bring on renewables that really are going to be at the more costly level than they have been in the past. We've kind of looked at the lower hanging fruit in wind and solar, and as they've kind of talked about the next level of wind, it's going to be much more costly to kind of add that to the grid. So I guess those two questions. One is whether or not you looked at the seasonal component of the excess renewables, and then also whether or not you had factored in any kind of factor of the off ramps that CETA allows.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, why don't you start on that one?
Yeah, so as far as the seasonal, we can go even further than that. We put a great deal of effort into representing the, I guess, limitations or challenges, the operational challenges of integrating high amounts of variable renewables like wind and solar into the energy system. And one of the elements of that is that we draw from 7 years of historical weather data for each of those two generation types, and compare that against that's not 7 years at an hourly 8760 resolution, compared against the observed patterns of load also at an hourly level, which tells us a great deal about essentially the limitations of those two technologies. Incidentally, it's one of the reasons why on the figure on the left, despite the fact that wind and solar is quite cheap, why it has I guess you could say relatively little growth. I guess I shouldn't say that because I'm not saying what's relative to, but given the low levelized cost of energy of the two technologies, it's our representation of the, I guess, some of the difficulty and the associated costs with integrating the variable renewable technologies into the system that makes it so there's not more of it. So hopefully that kind of answers your question about the seasonality. We do we spend a great deal of time trying to represent the limitations of those technologies as they currently stand. As far as the soft constraints, I guess I wasn't entirely sure if there were different elements of that you were referring to, but what I can say is that we do represent the opportunity for like alternative compliance payments as a relief valve. Is that the right term? If the model sees that respecting CETA is too costly, then it could choose to purchase the alternative compliance payments to not do so. And the model does not choose to do that in the projections that we have here.
And I can speak to the cost cap portion of the question. Because we did think about, whether we should model CETA based on, kind of that top level requirement that I described in that first slide. And we decided that it was proper to do that. One thing that we've seen is that even though in 2019, when that legislation was being developed, there was a lot of effort put into establishing that cost limitation. The current plans of the utilities don't anticipate the use of it. The utility that this was the biggest concern for was Puget Sound Energy, and their 2021 integrated resource plan doesn't include a plan to go slow on the clean energy transformation because of the cost cap. The second reason not to include it or factor it in our view is that it doesn't actually cause utility to not transform to renewable and non-emitting energy. It just changes the pace at which they would do that. So they hit that 2% level in one period, and so they slow down. But then in the next period, they're back on that track again. And so we don't see it, even if it were to come up for some utility among the many in our state, it's not going to change the long-term arc of that transformation.
Okay, we have hit our hour and a half that I was hoping to spend on these proposals, and I think we've gotten lots of discussion out there. We have one more proposal to look at, and that is going to come up. Right now, we could take a break, our lunch break, and come back to it, or we could attempt to look at the other proposal and then vote on all the proposals going forward. So I'd like to see what you all think about. What do you think about moving on to the next proposal now and taking a lunch break maybe in 20 or 30 minutes? How do you feel about that?
I like that idea. The next proposal is not significantly different from the first one, and I think we've already had a lot of the discussion. I feel like the discussion on this one could be a little bit quicker.
Yep. And then I want to think about, I want all of you who have your hands raised to make sure that your comment is going to add to the discussion, because we've talked about, I think, a lot of the major issues. At this point, I'd like Chris to talk, or I don't know, Chris, are you going to talk about this other proposal? Is that you? Chris is frozen on my screen.
Yeah. Oh no, I think I froze up from you guys. My internet went out. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Do you want to turn off video? Just might make it.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay, good. Yeah, it was the video. Too much for my internet.
Okay, why don't we go through this one and then we'll have discussions on all three and then vote on all three, and hopefully we can wrap that up in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Okay, thanks, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So like I said, this is basically the last proposal we talked about. It's the same underlying information was used to develop the numbers. It's just not using the cost portion of it. It's just looking at emission factors and adjusting for the NWPCC on the electric side, and then including a mix of 10% renewables on the gas system. And then I guess the other thing I needed to add that is I did find our renewables currently, Puget Sound Energy has 1.5% renewable. And by we're going 2.4 by the end of this year and 3.4 by 3.5 by 2024.
And that's for the gas system?
RNG on it, yeah, for
Okay.
RNG on the gas system.
Okay, and yeah, okay. So do you have anything else? So Chris,
I guess, yeah, the only thing to add is I don't know if like I would propose not actually voting on these today and setting up a smaller group to kind of discuss them a little more, but that would be what I would prefer.
We're gonna go to a few more people to make comments, and then we'll see what motions are made. So let's go with Mark Frankel.
Thanks, Joe. First of all, a couple things have been said that I want to just talk about. So the number of around 1 for the carbon content of electricity has been tossed out, but actually this august body decided a couple of years ago that it was 0.7. So 0.1 is not really on the table for that discussion as a starting point. And secondly, we have a law that we're going to get our electricity cleaner. It's not under question that it's going to get cleaner. That's the law of the land now. So we have to find a way to meet it and respond to that law. The question about the cost off ramp is kind of ironic, given that we're talking about RNG and hydrogen being introduced into the gas system as if that were the cheapest alternative. In fact, these days it's cheaper to build new solar plants than to run existing coal plants. So we're already on this trajectory. It's not even a question that it's going to happen, and it's the law anyway. So I think we need to recognize the trend that we're facing here and adopt data that reflects that. And the data that's been presented for the electric systems, it's robust. It's a really compelling study. There's a bunch of data and scenarios looked at. Every question that's been raised has been directly answered by the proponents in a very reasonable way, compared to the question of, where we can get 10% natural gas is much vaguer. And so if we're going to give credence to that, I think we really owe a lot of credence to this very thorough study on electricity getting cleaner over time. Thanks.
I'll start. Thanks, Mark. Amy.
Sorry, my hand's up.
Oh, okay. You don't mean to have your hand up. Lewis.
Yeah, this is Lewis with me. I just had 2 quick questions on this proposal. One, I was kind of trying to figure out, it seems like the direct cost of fuels might be counted more than once in the cost analysis. Maybe Chris, you can respond to that. And then the other thing is the natural energy cost of 88 cents a therm. Does that include the cost of blending in 10% renewable natural gas, or is that just what the cost is now? So these are just technical questions. I'll let other people worry about the other stuff.
So Lewis, I just so I'm clear, this is not the proposal on the table right now is not including cost. That's correct, right, Chris? It was the prior proposal, 142, that included cost. So Lewis, I just wanted to make sure you knew that before you asked the question.
Okay, yeah, I maybe mixed up on both of those. Okay, well, never mind. Let's maybe you already answered those questions.
Okay, thanks. Dave Balon.
Can you hear me? Yep. This table is a sort of gas company fantasy. The first thing I should point out is, while it's true that there are renewable gas sources and they could be pretty viable, the problem is that what they are manure processing, sewage treatment, and landfills scattered all over the region, and they're not easy to do. And so when we say we're going to get 10% from renewable gas, you would think that it would be a little more credible if you also said, and we're investing in digesters in Portland or Boise or someplace, and we're investing in waste treatment in animal farms all across the region and so on. Those are not trivial investments. You could expect $1.20 to $2 a therm for those kinds of investments, especially considering that they don't produce direct methane. They produce methane in combination with a really inconvenient gas, CO2. So I think that it's nice that the gas company thinks that they can get 10%, but I think when they start to put the numbers together, they'll find that they're going to have to put a lot of cash on the table to make that happen. I'd like to encourage it, but I don't think it's included in any of their current costs, and I don't think that they've actually done anything credible to realize that goal.
Since that was a direct question.
That was not a direct question, that was a comment.
Was it a comment? Does anybody from the gas industry want to respond to Dave's assertion?
Yeah, this is John Frankel from Northwest Natural. Portland wastewater treatment plant is already active, and kind of to characterize us as not being committed to this is really inaccurate. It's true that the natural gas industry has a later start in getting involved in renewables, but as a utility, we're going to be at 2% very soon, and it is going to be included very specifically in our IRPs going forward. So Portland Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is a very sizable one, I could send a link to everybody about the nature of that and what it does. Understand that one of the reasons that we are later to the game on this is the technology that allows us to clean up that gas, whether it's from wastewater treatment plants or from dairy farms, is fairly new. It has kind of just reached a point within the last couple of years where we have been able to more cost effectively create pipeline quality gas from these efforts. Yes, we are committing to investment. Now, in the state of Oregon, we have a mechanism through the legislature that allows us to rate base those. We're seeking the same kind of treatment in the state of Washington. So I guess to just casually dismiss the inclusion of renewables in the system, where the federal DOE has indicated that there is a technical potential for 88% of the throughput to be to come from renewable gas, which would be either RNG or from hydrogen. It is inaccurate to characterize it as the way you have. Yes, there have been investments. If you're not aware of them, it's really more on you than it is on the fact that they don't exist. Again, in the chat or elsewhere, I can provide information about the Portland Wastewater Treatment Plant and also efforts that we're undertaking in the city of Eugene in Oregon. So those are things that we certainly are actively engaged in. There is a very strong effort and attention on the natural gas industry to move that forward. And I think just to kind of casually dismiss it as, well, it's not possible, it's not going to happen because I don't know about it, is not accurate.
I guess I'd like to point out that what my point was not that it's not feasible. It certainly is, but that you are not including the costs of the system you have to generate. There's a substantial infrastructure. Leave out the pipelines. There's a substantial infrastructure implied here that has to do with digesters. It has to do with scrubbers. It has to do with essentially capital costs on facilities that don't now exist. There's some that do. The Portland anaerobic digester, for example. There's one in Seattle too that's had a sort of intermittent relationship with the gas pipeline, although I think it's currently not in operation. The West Point plant is, but the gas just gets flared. So what I'm more concerned about is that you basically say, well, it's going to be we're going to magically improve our renewable capacity, and we're going to do it inside of the same cost structure that we currently have.
And it's probably not a good forum for us to throw terms like magic around each other. For me to say that the power industry will magically double its size in order to meet the demands of electrification, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I'd say it's going to be a hard challenge. It's going to be a hard challenge on the natural gas side. And when you say that we don't capture all those costs, that's kind of ignorant of the scrutiny that we have as an industry, both on the gas and the electric side, from our regulating agencies that make certain we do capture those costs. They're not just evaporated someplace. So I'm not certain I understand the direction you're going with all of that. I'm not going to dismiss the efforts of the power side to include renewables as magical. I'm going to say that it's something that is entirely possible. It's feasible. It's happening. And you only need to look at the number of interconnects that are happening not only in North America, but across Europe, where Europe is further ahead than us on the RNG front. They've adopted this much sooner than we have, and they are really moving full speed ahead. I can add information in the chat or to this group about the progress that's been made with a little bit better head start in Europe, and move that forward.
All right, let's move on to Puppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick clarification, and that's that the Power Council numbers that were being referred to previously from an old report did not take into consideration the CETA requirements. So it's just an important thing to keep in mind that range from like 0.55 upward was actually all not considering CETA.
Okay. I think we've gotten lots of great information on the table. And I would love to start talking about what we can do with these three proposals. I see hands still raised, and I don't know if you intend to have more say or not. Dwayne.
I would like, if it's an appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the commerce proposal.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second.
This is Gavin. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? And I guess I have a question, which is if we approve Commerce's proposal, does that mean we inherently do not approve the other two proposals? Because I don't think we could adopt two of them.
Well,
two of them are not in conflict directly. The cost one is, but not the not that 10% RNG.
and I would just say that to modify my proposal a little bit, that if we approve one of the other proposals subsequently, that we return and see if there's an impact on the commerce proposal.
Okay, so we have a we have a motion, we have a second, and any further discussion? Gary, I did see your hand up, but I'm not, but you lowered it.
Hey, Chill, this is Gavin. Dwayne, I thought we were just voting on the commerce proposal. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, yes, we're just voting on the commerce proposal with the proviso that if a subsequent proposal we would pass conflicts with it, that we will go back and revisit it.
Very good. Okay, I'll keep that second there, Chill.
Okay. Krista, let's do a roll call vote for this one. I think I asked for any further discussion. I didn't hear it. So let's do a roll call vote. Krista?
Okay. I'm gonna go backwards this time. Amy Willis.
Aye.
Gavin?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
David Reddy?
Aye.
Irina?
Aye.
Alan?
Aye.
Mike McGivern?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Luke?
Aye.
Scott Henderson?
Aye.
Gary Hickinen?
Nay.
Patrick Hayes? Mike Fowler?
Aye.
CJ?
Aye.
So that's 12 yes, 1 nay.
Okay, so the motion passes. Does anybody want to suggest action on 141 or 142?
Motion to approve 141.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 141, which is the one on the screen right now with 0.8 for electricity and 10.53 for natural gas. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Patrick, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do a voice vote on
Is
this
this
one.
the cost or just the carbon?
This is the carbon one where electricity has been changed to 0.8 and natural gas to 10.53 CO2e per therm. This assumes this is the 10% renewable and natural gas by 2030, and then an increase in the electricity carbon factor. So the second was provided by Patrick. And let's do a roll call vote. Yep, roll call.
Okay, CJ,
I'm going to abstain on this. Thanks.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yay.
Gary Hickinen,
Yay.
Scott Henderson,
Hey.
I'm sorry, was that an A or an A?
That was a no.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we go with no? Because yay and nay sound very similar over Zoom.
Luke Howard,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Alan Montpelier,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
David Reddy,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Amy Wheelis.
No.
Was that a no?
That is a no.
Thank you. So that was 2 yes, 11 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, so that proposal does not pass. I see 3 hands up. I'm not sure if each of the 3 of you have something to say. Gary.
Yeah, just maybe a procedural question. Is it out of bounds to revisit the inclusion of a lower natural gas number to the just voted on electricity number? I don't know how or if that could be handled.
I believe that's
procedurally.
possible. I believe, Gary, you could make a motion for that. I
could make a motion to change the natural gas number to 10.53 in the table.
Krista, can you confirm that that's acceptable? I think it's acceptable, but
Sure.
yeah. Okay, so Gary has made a motion to modify the Commerce proposal natural gas line only to 10.53. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion. Poppy has her hand up. Poppy, did you have something to say?
No.
Okay, so is there further discussion on this? Okay. Well, let's take a voice vote on this. And this is the motion is to to change the already accepted Commerce proposal natural gas line to 10.53 based on testimony we've already heard. So Krista, let's do a roll call.
Okay, Amy Wheelis,
No abstaining.
Gavin,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
David Reddy,
No.
Marina Rasputnis,
No.
Alan Montpelier,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Scott Henderson,
I say no.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Mike Fowler,
No.
CJ Brockway.
No.
Okay, so we have 1 yes, 12 no, with 1 abstention.
So the motion does not pass. I guess, so we have one more. Krista, do we need to do something with each of these proposals or vote on them or not?
We should have some,
Opportunity for a motion. Okay.
outcome on each, whether it's approved, modified, or disapproved.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion on 142, which is our remaining key issue proposal.
Well, I would move then that we do not accept it, but I don't even think that's an allowable motion. I think somebody has to move to approve, right?
You can move to disapprove.
Huh. Okay, well, that's what I did.
Do we have a second for Dwayne's motion?
Second.
We have a second to disapprove 142. So let's do is there further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call.
CJ,
Zane.
And I just want to remind everybody, we're moving to disapprove. So it's kind of confusing. So a yes means disapprove and a no means you don't disapprove, I guess.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yeah. Yes.
Luke Howard, Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Krista, this is Luke. I lost connection there for a minute. Looks like you missed me, but yes.
okay. Let's see. Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
and Amy Wheelis.
Yes.
So that is 13 yes with 1 abstention.
Okay. All right, well, we have dealt with a key issue. It is time for a lunch break. So we will revisit 153 when we get back. Why don't we take a 20-minute break and be back at 12:25. See you then.
Is Eric Vandermeer on the call?
He was earlier.
Yeah, it'd be great to get his feedback on this one.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to do high efficiency VAV without him present.
Can anybody text him?
I will. I'll buzz in.
Then do we want to move to the next one? Roof retrofit clarification and await his input. This one is a Lisa one as well. 151. All right, go for it, Lisa. This was another, oh, so sorry, Lisa. Just to confirm, these are still the consensus ones that we, as a group, generally had no issues with and liked from the last cycle. So we're not going to go through them in great detail. We just want to make sure you've seen them, and if you had any leftover comments from the last session that you didn't make, go ahead and make those. So
is that the same with the VAV one?
Yes.
That's the case.
Okay, then we don't need Aerocon. That's fine.
Okay. Well, since we're on this one, why don't we just do this one, and then we'll go back to the 153.
Sure. Okay, so this is a change that is in the Seattle Energy Code. And so we submitted this as a separate proposal because it's over in the existing building chapter. But what it addresses is that if you've got a roof replacement project, currently it says that that you'd have to meet the insulation requirements of the current code if the insulation is entirely above deck. And the Seattle amendment is also that you would have to meet the insulation requirements if there was no insulation at all in that roof. And so that's the extent of this proposal.
And we took no issue with it last time. Are there comments on this proposal before we vote on it? Okay, I will entertain a motion to move this forward.
I make a motion on my own proposal or does somebody else need to?
You can do it.
Okay, I make motion to approve the proposal as presented on the screen.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, let's take a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, passes. We are going back to 153 now, high efficiency VAV editorial.
Yeah, so in this one, this is picking up what we think was an error in the 2018 code. If you scroll down to item number 8 and 9, what happened, we think, is that the requirements in 8 and 9, that they were combined into one, which doesn't make a lot of sense. They really should be standalone requirements. And so we're just proposing to put it back the way it was in the 2015 code, which is when Eric Vandermeer submitted this proposal initially. And then because we're requesting that correction, that also means that all the other items, the numbers need to get moved up by 1. So this is just what we believe is a correction to an error.
And just in time, Eric Vandermeer shows up.
Oh, great. Well,
Hi,
then
Eric.
he can clarify or confirm that we are determined this correctly.
So what Lisa said, Eric, was that this is based on your proposal in 2015 and just going back to that. So.
Yeah, Eric, what happened here, we think, is that the requirement in item number 8, for the air terminal units and the allowable fan motor horsepower requirement, for some reason, they were combined into one item in the 2018 code, which does not align with the way your original proposal was set up in the 2015 code. So we're proposing to just put it back. Are we understanding this correctly?
Yeah, those should be 2 separate items, correct?
Great. Okay, that's the extent of this proposal.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, passes. We are going now to an Appendix F, and I believe this one is this Mike Fowler? And this one was revised based on comments, I think.
That's correct. All right, just as a quick overview, Appendix F is an option for local jurisdictions to adopt to allow measured energy use for energy code compliance. The appendix that was in the last code cycle was based on the best available information at that time and was based on information that was in the 2015 IGCC. Now that we have a 2020 September report from Ecotope and input from Orion 360 in that report that has specific data, updated values for our 2006 code baseline and the last 2018 code cycle. The proposal is now using that data because it's the most appropriate and current. As part of that homework, I did a quick comparison chart that's in the data. Just to go over that quickly, there's areas that are highlighted in green are the most stringent of using 3 different comparison points. The first was using the 2018 value reported by Ecotope for what is currently our current 2018 value, and then using incremental steps to go out to our 2030 goal. If that was highlighted, it meant that our code has made progress ahead of incremental steps from 2006. So we're picking up with that point at 2008 so that we don't fall behind. And if the second value where there's a 2006 baseline, if that was selected, it means that our code is not making progress fast enough to stay with incremental steps, but we're using this value as the most stringent. And that comparison chart also just so that you could see what was the difference, what was the previous value in the Appendix F. One quick note is that the Ecotope report does not contain a library use type, so I'm updating this to strike that line item from the chart, so it's no longer in the proposed new chart. There would not be a value for libraries. And the same and similar for there was a previous medical non-diagnostic category, changing that to align with that report to label those healthcare outpatient. And that same Ecotope report has a description of all of the use types that if we don't have that elsewhere in the code, I think we just conclude that table of what defines a small office, medium office, large office, what's a primary school, what's a secondary school, what's standalone retail. That would be useful to include.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much it.
Other questions about Mike has presented here. We was deleting the 2018 column and then revising the numbers was the homework we had. And other than that, I think everybody liked it. So, are there further comments? Mike? Kennedy.
I was co-processing, Mike, so I apologize. You probably answered this. Did you adjust values up and down or just down?
Only down.
Okay.
Only down so that they're stringent and in line with where we've currently made progress. Or if we haven't made progress as reported under 2018 code, then the incremental step where we should be from 2006, that became the value. So the most stringent case of all was used as the lower value.
Oh, Mike Fowler, I presume that there haven't even been nibbles on this yet from jurisdictions. Is that right?
In the first 4 months, I have not heard of any yet.
Yeah, I'm thinking let's give this code cycle and see if we can talk anybody into it, and then not include it in the next one if we can't get any jurisdictions to jump. It's just, I found it's a bit confusing because a lot of people from out of state examining the code start getting really deep into this swamp of the Appendix F, whatever it is.
Okay, well, we can bring that up in 3 years, Wayne.
Yep.
Caroline.
Yeah, that was just, I was curious, Mike, if you knew that if any jurisdictions had actually adopted Appendix F into their codes in Washington State.
Not that I'm aware of yet, and my anticipation it is going to be slow to start with. It's something brand new, but that's why it was put out there as when a jurisdiction is ready, they have that option available to them.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, let's take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, flying colors. Expanding scope to process equipment. We're still on the kind of consensus one where everybody agreed that these were, or almost everybody agreed that these were common sense updates. This is a Mike Kennedy update. Speak to it briefly, Mike.
Sure. This is meant to not, despite how it's presented on the agenda, this is meant to not be a change so much as a bringing a section that's inside of the mechanical chapter and yet addresses the lighting chapter and I think the water chapter. And so it's basically just saying, hey, process equipment has to comply with these sections of code and not with other ones. So, and they should be the same things that was the intent of the last code.
Okay. I think I've indicated to Mike that I've got concerns about this as a building official, that we don't evaluate typically somebody's commercial laundry equipment or commercial kitchen equipment or whatever, unless it specifically has we certainly don't evaluate anybody's oil processing facility or sawmill for their process equipment. And therefore, I don't think that this code does apply to process equipment, except for those few instances where we've specifically said it does.
And that's what's called out here, Dwayne. This is exactly the section that's currently in C403.
Could you just run through for me what are those sections that it does have to comply with?
Has to comply with all the equipment efficiency tables, refrigeration, motors. That's basically it.
Okay, and this is just already in there in 403 and.
Yeah, here's the 403 section, and I've just deleted out 404, 405, and 410. and moved them up into 401. So it's all there. And then I've, for reiteration, so someone, if they're just looking at the mechanical, it's still there. And then I've added a 404 and a 405.
Okay, thanks.
Lisa,
I mean,
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad Mike took this one on. I would agree that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have requirements for other disciplines kind of buried inside of an exception in the mechanical section. So I think it's a good idea to make it clear, you know, those individual details are captured under the appropriate disciplines. But I also think it's a very good idea to just have it up in the upper part of this in C401 so that people don't have to dig through all of the different disciplines. They can look at this right out of the gate in C401 to see whether their process equipment is going to have to comply with any of the requirements in the code. So long way of saying I'm in support of this proposal.
okay. Oh, well, are there other comments? Someone else had their hand up and then took it down. Could be just getting exercise, virtual exercise, raising a hand up and down. Any other comments on this? Okay, I will entertain a motion unless anyone has any suggestions as to language changes or anything else. Motions? Anybody?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have approval for this. Next, we're going to fan power allowances.
yeah, the proponent, Nick, is not at the meeting today. And there's a couple small details that were getting worked out late last night. And I think it would be best if it was tabled. And those could be worked out and addressed in the future.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Motion to table if you need it.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of tabling, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's tabled. Thanks, Mike. DDC Systems, which is Mike McGivern.
Yeah, this is just moving a new section to the mechanical controls section of the code. This was added in the IECC and added an exception at the bottom for buildings equipped with DDC systems because the functionality is built into a DDC system.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions, concerns, comments? David Reddy.
I think the comment I raised when we first reviewed was that the exception for DDC systems seemed not necessarily useful. I guess I wouldn't necessarily agree that by having DDC, you automatically have fault detection and diagnostics readily provided.
Dwayne likes that. Eric, you raised your hand and then you lowered it.
Yeah, I guess, so this would require DDC at 100,000 square foot buildings unless you're group R1 or R2. Is that buildings? I guess I don't understand the second exception. Buildings equipped with DEC system as required by 403-411. Why would you be exempt from this requirement if you have a DDC system?
Go ahead and respond, Mike McGivern. If you want, or anybody.
Yeah, my thought was at the time that I wrote this was that because it's inherently available in a DDC system, that it wouldn't apply to fault diagnostics and detection. It would be there if necessary, or if the owner wanted to utilize it, but for all intents and purposes, this is an unenforceable addition to the code as is. So once again, this is not, the only thing that I've added here is an exception and moved it to the DDC or to the mechanical control section, as opposed to leaving it in 403.2, which is not under controls. So we could
also,
I could entertain a friendly amendment to remove the exception 2, if that's the consensus.
I'd like to make that motion and in fact, that way you could take away all the changes to this section and just go back to the way it was before. I mean, well, at the bottom there under number 6, those would just go away and we'd remove the strikeout and be done with it.
I don't think we need to make a motion, Dwayne, but I think you can just suggest that. But if you want to make a motion, you're more than welcome to.
Well, that's my friendly amendment.
Okay. Also, it's unclear to me if the exception refers to item 6 or refers to the entire subsection.
I believe it's the entire section.
Okay.
But I'm working from memory here. This is, once again, this is an existing code section that is being relocated to HVAC controls so that it's more continuous with the intent of the code and user friendliness. So if we're removing the exception for DDC controls, the only thing that this motion or this proposal is doing is moving it from where it's currently at 403.2.3 to under mechanical controls.
Lewis.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, and maybe Mike or someone, Mike Kennedy or someone. So, I was thinking that the fault detection did already apply to equipment under 100,000. I thought there was some kind of like 5 tons or less, but if you think about 100,000 square feet, the amount of building population on a square footage basis, if you just look at, based on the commercial building survey or whatever, you're talking about less than 10% of the building owners and probably less than 25% of the square footage. So in other words, 75% of buildings would not have fault detection under this 100,000 square foot thing. And so, one of the things, if you think about energy use, it's like a lot of this energy use gets done on the smaller spectrum. So 75% don't have really the advantage of having fault detection. But perhaps this was already that way. But I would say, I think when the fault detection went through, it's to get the idea when you have like a failed economizer or some of the things that save a lot of energy. And when you hit the threshold to such a high number, you kind of defeat the purpose of fault detection. But I don't know whether Mike or others can chime in on that one. But my thinking is it should not be based upon 100,000 square feet.
Once again, this is not part of the proposal to change the numbers. This is an existing code section that's just being relocated currently with
Yeah, yeah.
But let's, can we just respond? Can we just respond to the code section being relocated as well as the exception that was actually proposed
I mean,
originally?
isn't this a new ICC code section?
Yes.
And so we just need to get it inserted in the right portion of our code.
Yeah, I don't think anyone made a proposal to change these, or at least right now under this proposal, we're not changing anything except for what was part of this proposal. We could make a couple of small modifications perhaps, but this proposal is really about just renumbering the system and adding potentially an exception, which we've already crossed out. So let's keep our comments to what we're able to do at this TAG meeting.
And can I just quickly address Lewis's question?
Please.
Really quick.
Please.
Fault detection is required for package equipment. And they're coming packaged with their controllers with economizer. So this is a separate thing and more, targeted at built up systems or whatever. There's no limit to the kind of system that it would be. So it's a different, kind of a different animal.
All right, great, thanks.
Lisa.
Yeah, I was going to basically say something sort of what Mike had to say. The section that talks about fault detection and diagnostics, it's C403.5.5. It does have criteria there for specifically for economizer. And so I understand the scope of this proposal is just to move this provision to a correct location. But that being said, it does appear that there might need to be some type of correlation between these two requirements, because you've got two requirements that are both talking about similar things. So that was that stood out for me when I saw this proposal. I was like, well, what do we do about that? And I don't know if that's part of what the TAG needs to do.
Certainly correlation. Yeah, if we can add a note somewhere in some other section that relates to this, or I don't know what you're suggesting, but correlation is definitely something that's the purview of this group.
Maybe change the title to one of them. Like this could be fault detection in unitary equipment.
Yeah, something like that. Because I think if you've got folks that are trying to figure out what they're supposed to do, we right now will have two provisions with the same title. One that's only for the equipment with economizers, which is what Lewis was talking about. And then this one is for, like, I think I like Mike's idea, making it clear that this is kind of a broader scope provision.
Yeah.
Okay, titles are not enforceable as code. So if we are limiting this section, we should put that in the language, not just in the title.
It is in the language, I think, and the in unitary would be in the other section, Krista.
In the 40355?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only other question that I would have, and this is probably outside the scope of what we can do today, and that is that should there be language that says, that the requirements, one provision does not supersede another or something. This is going to be confusing for sure.
Okay, so just so that we're clear on what was just said, Chris is going to write something magical in here, because we can talk about magic in this case. It says in unitary equipment, perhaps. And then it does say unitary directly after that. So, yep, that sounds good. All right, Eric Vandermeer.
Well, I guess I was just going to comment that the language, again, HVAC system is very vague in our code. Does that have to be a heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system? So this pretty much applies to a VAV system, or does it apply to, anyways, it's very vague. And so that term for our code could definitely use clarification.
So
So you're saying a DOAS system might not be considered an HVAC system?
Well, it's the V, it's the V in there. So does it have to be an HV and an AC system? Does it be all three, or is it one of those three? It's inconclusive. Does, you know, is it a central chilled water plant that serves the entire building? You know, what is it? The HVAC system is not really defined, and therefore it's vague as to what this applies to.
Well, that brings up an interesting question. Would it be better to go through and every time it says HVAC, list out a couple of other things that were intended? Or would it be better to define HVAC in the definitions, perhaps?
I don't think we've ever been confused about what an HVAC system is.
It comes up with fan power, whether it's the sum of the terminals or the individual terminal. I mean, that's been kind of clarified, but it definitely confuses people.
I would say if you're in the other section that applies, if you're doing in unitary equipment, you probably need to say something on the other section, such as in built up equipment, or however you want to define those things, so that you can make a distinction between which code section you're going to and why you're doing that.
I mean, this seems pretty grand in the way that it's defined. The way I would interpret it, this applies to basically any type of system that's doing any of those functions that Eric mentioned. So I would expect a hydronic, heating or chilled water system to have to include fault detection. I would expect VAV boxes at that level to have to include fault detection. I mean, it seems pretty like a pretty wide net that you're casting here.
But do those systems then have to be interconnected? If I have, through the wall air conditioners that serve an office building, do all those systems then have to have fault detection? Is that considered a system or not? Do they have to be, it has to be one interconnected system in this case when we're talking controls?
Yeah, I guess you're taking an issue with the fact that it kind of implies a singular HVAC system in that charging sentence.
Yeah, that's how I would read it, that it would have to be a central like chiller system that is interconnected and serves more than 100,000 square feet. You couldn't, if you had mini splits serving an office building, that's not an interconnected system anymore. I don't know. So it's not based on the square footage, it's based on the size of the HVAC system. So but then if I had a central DOAS that served the whole building with individual heating and cooling fan coils that aren't interconnected on a central backbone for controls, does that apply? So it's vague as written.
I mean, this was a proposal that came through on the ICC level. Maybe we could make this a homework assignment and someone could go look at what the intent was. Seems like their language is vague.
Yeah, I think that's a homework assignment sounds good to come out of this. And I guess is the intent that to Eric's point, is the intent that new buildings with any number of HVAC systems that serve a gross conditioned floor area of 100,000 square feet, or is it that that each individual HVAC system serves 100,000 feet as a cutoff? Who wants to be the lead for this homework?
Eric does.
Eric.
Okay, I can propose a definition for that.
Yeah,
Or clarification language.
maybe Mike or Lisa can help out on this too.
I love how everybody's volunteering everybody else. So Eric,
Unfortunately, I got to drop off for other meetings, so I can help out on this one, but okay.
I have just two suggestions for Eric, but if he has to drop off, I can send him an email. But
why don't you send him an email and then, all right. Sounds good.
yeah, so is this proposal going to be tabled then? Is that the?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know that we need to officially table it. I don't know, Krista, do we need to officially table it or can we just assign homework and move on?
We should be able to just assign it and move on.
Okay. It's assigned and we're going to move on. Thanks. good discussion. We didn't hear from everybody who had their hand up. But you can contact Eric and he will listen gladly to all your comments. I believe boiler controls is next.
Did we want to go ahead and move up to the high capacity space heating or the indoor horticulture dehumidification, since they wanted to do that before 1 and it's 1?
Good reminder, Krista. Let's do that one.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I can hear you a bit better, but you still got a little bit garbled there, Sean. Sorry.
So I'll stand on my reason statement. Hopefully it is comprehensive enough, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this. I guess I can give just a really brief overview that this pulls in requirements for indoor horticultural dehumidification, which is one of the major loads in indoor horticulture. And these are requirements that are brought in from California Title 24 and are similar to what we see in other jurisdictions like Colorado that have really addressing the same issue that Washington is addressing.
Okay. Are there questions about this? David, Reddy, and Lewis, you have your hands up. I'm not sure if you've had your hand up for a while, but if either of you want to speak, please do so. Okay, so love to hear from our mechanical friends on this. Anybody who knows anything about growing plants?
Well, we've certainly looked into this in the Seattle process, and yes, they have to be watering constantly, but if they don't dehumidify constantly, then the plants grow mold and they have to be thrown out. So there's a substantial amount of energy being used for dehumidification. I think it's something like, what is it, 10 or 15% as much energy as being used for the lighting itself. So it's not insubstantial. I'll trust that Sean did this right.
I'll note that there is one additional point that's not included in this, that there are grow operations that actually use indoor combustion to generate CO2. That's really not allowed by code when you think about it, but it is done. And when you do that indoor combustion of natural gas, it also produces moisture. So we're not just talking about the moisture we know is going to transpire from the plants, but there are also other potential moisture sources in these grow operations.
And is this language new to Title 24, or has this been in Title 24 a while?
It's new to Title 24.
Alan.
But it was developed, the process for developing this language for Title 24 was included heavy interaction from the growing industry.
I'm not very familiar with the process of these growing operations, but is it pretty common for them to have, when you're dehumidifying, you're cooling the air down to bring moisture out, and then quite often you have to reheat that air because you're at risk of then overcooling the space. Assuming that that's true for these operations as well, the best way to do that is with a heat pump, because you have kind of the perfect scenario of simultaneous heating and cooling. Is that something that has been talked about in the industry at all that you're aware of?
Not aware of whether that has been discussed, that particular application. If you look at the proposal, one of the things that the proposal recognizes is that this is an application that doesn't have a really dedicated standard right now, which is why there are multiple options to get through this requirement, recognizing that there's people are doing it in a lot of different ways right now. And so we want to make sure that we have an option for all of the people, for multiple options until hopefully in the future a standard emerges.
The reason why I'm asking is I'm wondering if there's a way to include requirements for to include heat pumps when there is when there is that scenario of simultaneous heating and cooling, especially over larger thresholds.
We would certainly be open to that. We just don't know how to write those requirements.
Okay. I could potentially work with you on that.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm derailing the passage of this proposal, but it seems like a really kind of obvious way to save energy.
That sounds great, Alan. That's why we have the tag, and we hear these things multiple times if we want to. Thank you. Kevin?
Yes, Kevin with Northwest Natural. Just wanted to point out that option number three, the chilled water with on-site heat recovery would capture that heat pump notion of using simultaneous heating and cooling and just transferring that energy. But perhaps that could be spelled out a little stronger. So it's a good proposal. This is offering a lot of options for growers that I've done design for these kind of operations. So yeah, it's important to deal with the dehumidification energy for sure.
Thanks, Kevin, and thanks, Sean and Alan. It sounds like we have some homework. Does anybody else want to join the homework brigade?
Yes, this is Dwayne. I'd like to join.
Okay, then let's move on to the next proposal. And Sean, can you convene Dwayne and Alan? And if you have any questions about their email addresses, Krista can help you out.
Right. Thank you very much.
Now we get to boiler controls, I think. Oh, and this is Nick O'Neill, isn't it? So. Do we want to cover this without Nick?
This is Louis. Maybe Mike can help out.
Yeah, so is this one we have not talked about yet?
This is one we did talk about. This is 139.
Right.
And we talked about it and we had consensus on it. So this is just re-looking at it and seeing if there's any changes since we looked at it last time.
Right. Based on my understanding, this could go forward. There were no comments that Nick received on this. This is all Title 24 language. And a substantial portion of it has been in Title 24 for several years, and a couple of thresholds are just recently moving down, and those are adopted as well in this.
Okay, are there any comments on this?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, simultaneous seconds, at least what I heard. All right, we have a motion second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, passes. High capacity space heating boilers. And this is a Mike Kennedy special.
Joy.
This is also one of the consensus proposals.
Right. And this proposal is basically to adopt it's a published addenda at this point. So it'll be, a part of the 2022 90.1. I guess for some people consider it part of 2019 at this point. It's basically requiring high capacity space heating, hot water, gas fired boilers to be either be condensing or get their water from some sort of site recovered energy. And this language should not, it's as it occurs in 90.1, so there's not a preemption issue, similar to what we've done with on the hot water side. There's a high capacity water heat system. It has requirements for the boiler and then also for the system design. This will interact with some of the other system design proposals that we haven't talked about. And so this will have to be accounted for when those are addressed.
Okay, yeah, remind us when we're addressing those. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, passes, and we are on to Krista, did we table the next couple of these?
So. Did we-
Yes.
So we're up to total building performance.
Okay, all right, total building performance. This is a kind of a more comprehensive one, so we'll spend a bit more time on it. This is Mike Rosenberg, I think. Yep, Mike, do you want to start us off and introduce what we're looking at?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
I put some slides together after our discussion yesterday that you thought they might be helpful. So I don't know, can I share or how does that, do I need to send them?
Please, I think, yeah, just hit share screen and we'll see what you're looking at.
What are you seeing?
A bunch of people's blank screens. I don't see your screen yet. You have to share screen and then you have to hit which the window or whatever that you want to share.
No, that's okay.
Is share screen an option on your?
It is, but it's hard to then get to full screen display was the issue. So let's see if I can figure it out.
So if you hit share screen, then you have to select which monitor if you have multiple monitors.
Right.
If it's easier, you can just email it to me and I can pull it out.
Let's see. Try that. Huh. Okay, let's see if this works. I may not be able to get in full screen mode. That might be
We see something. We see 2021 Washington State Energy Code.
You see it big enough if it's not in full screen mode, or let me see what happens if I try to put it in full screen mode. Does that work?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Just a little refresher so everybody remembers that, C407 is the whole building-based compliance path. It underwent a major overhaul in 2018. It references Appendix G from ASHRAE Standard 90.1 now, with a big difference being that the Washington version uses carbon emissions as the metric instead of cost. And then the compliance targets are set based on roughly on the efficiency of the Washington State Energy Code. The compliance targets, both in 90.1 and Washington State, are normalized based on regulated loads that are in the building, percentage of regulated loads to unregulated loads. So the two tables here, there's the emissions tables that you guys were talking about earlier. You're familiar with that. And then this table, it's what we call the building performance factors, which basically represent the improvement over the baseline that you need to meet for considering regulated loads only, and then that gets translated into a whole building improvement requirement.
Yep, and this is a 1- thing, so 0.70 for restaurant, meaning it has to reduce the regulated loads by 30%. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the baseline is roughly equal to a 90.1 2004 compliant building, which is fairly close to the Washington State Code 2006. Mike Kennedy might want to correct me if he thinks that's not that close, but I think it's pretty close or reasonably close. So just a quick summary of what we're proposing to change here. There's a bunch of, since this has been implemented, we've gotten feedback from users. So there's some clarifications and fixes that we want to implement. There's a couple of places where it should have probably referenced the Washington State Energy Code instead of 90.1. For instance, the mandatory requirements, documentation requirements, referencing Washington State Code. And then the more important one is when you simulate yet to be designed components, typically tenant build outs, things that are not in the design, you have to assume something is in there in order to do your energy model. So it says in 90.1, assume that they just meet those future components will just meet the standard 90.1 code, but in reality, it should be that they just meet the Washington State Energy Code. So we made that update. I added a reference to an addendum to 90.1 2019 that's already published. So you could actually, you can get it. It's just not going to be in the printed version of 90.1 2019 that, that this code is going to reference. And that just makes some fixes about how to do your modeling in the baseline. I felt they were important enough to try and get in there if we could. So I put that change in. And then this is a new one, number 3, adding modeler credentials. I'm sure this will be a topic of discussion, but trying to make sure that at least the lead modeler, the modeler in responsible charge of the project is certified either by ASHRAE with the Building Energy Modeler Professional Certification or Association of Energy Engineers PISA certification, and that they've also successfully completed at least 5 projects using this approach. So it's not that every modeler on the project has to meet those requirements, but the person that signs off, should be experienced. As far as the stringency, we have a little bit of a chicken and egg problem here where we don't really know exactly where the Washington State Energy Code 2021 is going to end up. So the proposal here is to increase the stringency by 10% over the 2018 code without any credit for renewable energy. That's something we could revisit when we have a better idea of what the final code we think it's going to look like. If we get a feeling it's going to make really huge jumps this time, we could up that number. If we think it's going to be modest, we could lower it. And then
Mike, to that question, I guess what is and I guess I just generally don't know this, but what is the ability of the tag or anybody to modify numbers? Is this a normal process that we would go through once we finish the prescriptive sides of the code to go back and update the BPFs?
So it's something we look at. For instance, we did it last time because if we change the carbon metric number, we'll have to do that, right? So that's a good example. We'll have to do that. It's not going to be, there's always a timing issue and you don't know what's going to end up in the code, right? Because it's not even up to the tag. There's a couple other processes, right? So this is always a problem with the performance path. And then plus it takes a while to do a very accurate job. It's not like you can turn it around in a couple of days. It's more like a month or something. So, that is a challenge, but one thing you need to keep in mind is people are always concerned to make sure that the prescriptive path and the performance path are somewhat aligned. And when you think about the prescriptive path, it really defines a very wide range of energy performance for a building. So you could have a electric resistance heat, metal building shell, and 40% window area with each of those components just meeting prescriptive path. And you could have the same exact building and it could be wood framed with 20% window and a ground source heat pump just meets prescriptive path. It's a huge range and the performance path falls within there, certainly, right? So we're just trying to figure out where it falls within that prescriptive range.
Okay, thanks.
And then finally, probably the most important and innovative thing that this proposal does is it adds a second metric, and it's a site energy metric. And I have a couple of slides on that, so we'll probably can hold off on questions about it till we get to those. But in addition to it being a second metric, it also allows credit for improvement in unregulated loads, which traditionally has been not allowed in this approach in whole building performance approaches. And then it allows it allows credit for offsite renewable energy production, and as well as unlimited on-site energy production. So move ahead. I'll start with the easy stuff first. Whoops. So, okay, no. So let's move on to that last one. So why the second metric? And, we've discussed in your carbon discussions, the grid is getting cleaner. When the grid approaches, zero emissions, an emission metric doesn't really mean anything anymore, right? And if it's an electric building, there's no energy efficiency required in the building. The other issue is that Washington State has this, mandate for 70% site energy reduction compared to the 2006 code by 2030, I believe it is. And the emission reduction doesn't really do anything to get buildings there. So there was a lot of feedback from users that a site energy metric was needed in order to help meet that goal. And then finally, the way we've implemented it with this second metric, since we're preserving, since the carbon metric does not allow credit for unregulated loads or renewable energy, you have to get it all through efficiency now while there still are emissions in the grid. We can encourage improvements in unregulated loads and both on-site and off-site renewable energy without worrying about compromising the rest of the building. So in other words, we don't want to have a pig of a building and just load it up with renewable energy or purchase off-site renewable energy. And you can't do that with this approach because of the two metrics. This chart shows, this is just represents the 2004 or Washington Energy Code 2006 level of site energy performance. And the first dot here is where we are approximately in 2018 based on prototype energy modeling for the 2018 Washington State Energy Code for these different building types that are in the performance, that have targets in the performance path. And here's the goal of 30% or 70% reduction by 2030. So you can see there's a ways to go, and each building type has a different rate that it needs to achieve in order to get there. So the way we set the site energy targets for the first round was basically break this into four incremental jumps. So getting from where we are now to 70% reduction by 2030 in 4 even steps. And that's how the targets are created. So now instead of, what this means is instead of having just this one building performance factor table, we will now have a second table that we're calling site energy performance targets, which are basically reduction in total building energy use, site energy use. So you can see they're a little bit different, some cases very close to the building performance factors, but that secondary metric. So it's not any additional modeling that a user or modeler has to do. It's just calculations on the back end, and they may have to make different improvements in their building. This is just an excerpt from the code language itself, but this is basically about the part about the unregulated loads. It basically says that when you're calculating the site energy metric, you can take credit for improvement for unregulated loads. But there's a couple of caveats. The building official has to approve that approach. So you have to demonstrate to the building official that you are installing something that's unregulated, that represents a significant verifiable departure from current conventional practice. And that's what we do. That's what 90.1 does for beyond code programs like LEED already. So this is not a new approach. It's just that we're moving it into code. So if you can demonstrate that you've got some sort of a process and you're doing better than standard practice would be for that process, and the building official buys off on it, you can get credit for it. The other thing is it has to be installed at the time of final inspection. It can't be a promise for something in the future. And obviously, you know, there are risks involved in things like this because the standard practice isn't, you know, it's going to be documented by the user and approved by the building official who may or may not have expertise. But the fact that it's a secondary metric, you know, we're holding the efficiency with the first metric. So this allows us to be more flexible here. And similar issue with the next part, which is allowing credit for offsite renewable energy. This is not my area of expertise, so I may need help if there's questions, a lot of questions on this. But there are a number of codes that have allowed credit for offsite renewable energy. And this, what ended up in the Washington State proposal, was taken from a combination of trying to capture the best from what's in ASHRAE standard 189.1, ASHRAE standard 2, it says 229, but I think it's 228, sorry about that, and the AIA 0 code. So just generally, you have to have a legal contract for no less than 15 years that you're going to purchase this offsite renewable energy. You have to submit the documentation to the AHJ. RECs have to be assigned to the building owner for at least 15 years and retired. And then there's some rules in there for how systems that are renewable energy systems that serve multiple buildings, how you break up the credit for that. And then how those RECs are tracked if you're assigning them to tenants. And once again, it's all right out of these other sources. There's a reduction. So you see the first row here, on-site renewable energy systems are worth 100%. Off-site are, you take a penalty for off-site renewables. If it's directly owned by the owner, it's only a 5% penalty. And if it's brought into operation after January 1st, 2022. So you're adding new renewable generation to the grid under the ownership of the building owner, a very small penalty. If it's community renewable that begins after January 1st, 2022, same small penalty. If it's older owner-owned renewable energy system, 25% penalty. And if it's older community-owned renewable system, 25% penalty as well. And then if you have a virtual power purchase agreement, and I believe there's a 15-year requirement on that too, also a 25% penalty. I think that's it. Yeah, so that's a summary. I don't know if you want to go through the proposal or take questions or how you want to work it.
I guess we'll just go with hands raised. Dwayne.
So I think that you'll run into a lot of flack with my fellow building officials. Have first needing to understand and track this offsite renewable, which you might be able to come up with a form or something that would satisfy that. But secondly, the concern that I've expressed to you earlier is just that this idea that you can get credit for unregulated stuff, making the claim that your cappuccino maker is more efficient than other people's cappuccino makers or the most commonly installed one or whatever, and do that for just about anything is puts a lot of burden on us to try to figure out whether the claim is credible. So that's my negative comments. The positive comments are this is all going in the correct direction.
Right.
You know, I'm kind of excited that we're this far. I would like to know why you say January 1st, 22 instead of say it was not installed. Say it was not installed prior to the date of permit application or something, because the way it is from January 1st, 22 until mid 2026, when this code runs out, that means you could be having 4.5-year-old PV up there, which obviously you're not then really adding to the grid if you're getting stuff that's old.
Dwayne, I would love to entertain that as a friendly amendment.
Well, that's probably the only friendly thing you're getting out of me today, right?
I'll comment on the unregulated loads. I definitely recognize that challenge. But I will, the two things to point out. One, I don't know if people saw the report that Noresco did, Rahul Atlay, who might even be on now, I'm not sure. It was clear that if we don't address these unregulated loads, they're becoming a bigger and bigger piece of the building energy pie. We're not going to meet any of these goals that we've set out. So we have to figure out a way to do that. As far as the difficulty, there are both USGBC and ComNet have established baselines for the unregulated loads, and 90.1 has added more and more, every cycle, elevators, refrigeration systems, a number of things. And I think we could continue to do that, and Washington State could even, develop some sort of a repository or a system to standardize those unregulated loads. But in the meantime, the building officials could at least have an easier time accepting those things identified by ComNet and USGBC. So I think that's a start. I know, Dwayne, you've expressed concern about people getting credit for Energy Star computers and things like that, and we try to address that by making sure these are things that need to be in there at the time of final inspection, and the building official gets to say no to things that don't make sense. But I do realize that I understand that position of the challenge.
Could you post in the chat links to the ComNet and Energy Star lists of
right
baselines?
Yeah, I have to dig them up, but yes, there's a I can't post it in the chat. No, I'll have to dig it up.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Kevin is up next.
All right, unmute. Quick question, is the 5% discount on community solar, is that to account for transmission losses? What's the discount for?
Well, I think you Mark might have to help me with this, but I think it's Mark, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I can jump in. And I didn't write it, but I agree with the concept. But community solar, if you're not at the building, there's a bunch of extra transmission issues, distribution issues that may or may not directly serve the building as well. And so it's just a recognition that there's a big push for on-site solar to directly address building loads and reduce transmission and distribution costs, but it's pretty small impact. So, and sorry, that's only a half-baked answer.
And I can talk a little bit about that as well, because I was looked at these other codes that it references, and there's also a kind of a certainty factor associated with decreasing certainty factor as you go down the list. So that's another input that.
Yeah, certainty and additionality are kind of what's being accounted for, I think.
Yep. So did that answer your question, Kevin?
Very well, thank you.
Great. Lewis is next.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could go to maybe the third slide or slide number 3 on the page. Let's see. Yeah, so the EUI, so I don't know, Mike, if you were around for Dave Balon's comment on when we're discussing carbon, and we use such a low number for carbon. But one of the big concerns is that buildings would potentially, instead of using gas or an electric heat pump, they would just use electric resistance heat. And so I want to kind of make sure that this also addresses that item essentially, right? And I know there's been a lot of discussion of unregulated loads and regulated loads, whether it controls, but on a higher level, I want to make sure it also addresses this concern as we move to a cleaner thing, that it's actually it's still keeping efficiency. People aren't putting in electric heat instead of a heat pump, because who cares? It's cheaper for electric baseboard strip than a heat pump. But I want to make sure that is also one of the driving things here, and it addresses that. So maybe you could chat a little bit.
It addresses it the same way that all performance paths do, in that unless the Washington Code ends up outlawing or banning strip heat or doing something like what they did in Seattle, you'll take an energy penalty if you put in electric resistance heat. And you'll have to make that up other places in the building. And depending on, what type of building it is, it may be easy or hard to make up. So for instance, if you have electric resistance heat in a very high internal gain building, it may be just a small penalty, and you can make that up pretty easily through some other systems. If it's in a building that's heating dominated, it's going to be much higher. But unless Washington State Code puts something in there that says heat pumps are mandatory, they will have the ability to trade off and put in electric resistance heat.
Right.
But just to that point, Louis, this is a second metric. The first metric, carbon, still needs to be considered, right? So this is just, you have to meet two metrics instead of just one. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Yeah, and I mean, basically, without this proposal, though, potentially you could end up with a lot of electric resistance heat if this proposal didn't make it through. And so that's one of the things that Dave Balon expressed about moving the carbon metric number so lower. And I'm thinking, well, okay, this addresses that. So, or I think a lot of the folks were kind of worried about that.
Okay, Gavin is next.
Thanks, Joe. I just want to add that, we do have some other proposals dealing with on and off-site renewables that are kind of coming up later in the month. And I want to echo what Dwayne said. I think that this proposal is moving everything in the right direction, but I'm wondering if the fifth portion maybe needs to be tabled by the tag here for some homework or for some further conversation, so that we're all on board with the offsite renewables portion of this.
Gavin, do you have specific comments that you think should be addressed in the homework?
Yeah, I'm concerned about PPAs. I'm concerned about offsite renewable credits coming from grids that are not serving the site itself. And so it's kind of going back to Mr. Blackman's proposal, source and site energy. I don't feel like we've discussed that enough here to make a informed vote at this point. So
okay,
yeah.
Definitely register that concern. And if we don't vote on this today, which I think is likely, please send your comments to Mike Rosenberg, and we can work through them. So,
yeah.
Now, Alan.
Could I just ask one question? Is the person who was just speaking, Gavin, I think it was, are you the one working on the other proposals that address on and off-site renewables?
Yeah, we made I'm representing solar installers here. We made a proposal currently on schedule to be heard on the 16th. So I think that date might be moving out. For offsite renewables, but we're trying to keep the offsite renewables related to the grid that's serving the site. And I think that that's an important factor here that's not being discussed. PSE offsite renewables ought to be prioritized for a building on PSE's grid, is kind of the hyper simplified way of looking at it. So
sure,
we do have a
feedback.
we do have a proposal. I don't know what I don't know the name of the proposal, unfortunately, which I could direct you to that, but yeah.
Okay, well, Gavin, do you want to email Mike? And if we don't act on this today, then there'll probably be a small working group that can integrate or at least discuss that language.
Happily, we'll do that. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks. Alan.
Thanks, Joe. Similar question on the offsite renewable energy penalties or reductions in benefit. Somebody mentioned, I think might have been you actually, Shell, certainty and additionality. Can you explain additionality a little bit more, please?
That was me. This is Mark
Okay.
Frankel.
Hey,
Do you
Mark.
want me to talk
Yeah.
about that?
That'd be great.
Additionality just means, did the project cause additional resources to, renewable resources to be put on the grid? So on site, you know for sure that those weren't there before because the building wasn't there before. In community solar or wholly owned offsite, it's pretty clear that that was being developed by the project owner, and the language of the proposal says that. When you go out on the market and buy power purchase agreements or whatever, there's some question of whether you're just sort of buying something that somebody else already planned or whatever. And so you're not as directly responsible for increasing the renewable on the grid. You're just buying, you know, papal indulgences or whatever. And so that they have conceptually a lower value. And that's the additionality. Additionality is, did you cause this resource to be added to the grid? And it's
Got it. Okay, well, I mean, I'm part of it is I'm thinking back to our own project in Portland. We're developing a living building there with Girding Evelyn, and because of the site requirements, we were not allowed to put, you know, overhanging PVs on because of historic requirements. And so we, in order to be a living building and get to net positive energy, we had to go to an offsite building. And in this example, that would get penalized 5%. I'm not seeing why. I think any renewable energy being added to the grid should be afforded the same benefit, whether it's on your building or not, you know, minus the PPAs and some of those things. So I'm not sure why we would discount it.
Sounds like another working group member. These are numbers taken from the standards, the ASHRAE standards and the zero code, but certainly we can improve on them.
Yeah, and then the other thing to comment on, maybe just bigger picture, is I tend to be pretty vehemently opposed to banning any solution. And I've heard talk of banning, you know, electric resistance heat. You know, we actually have leveraged that solution on projects where we're working with the architect to do hyper insulated envelopes, of which Shell is well aware. We use that approach on a project at the UW. And you know, totally restricting something, I think we're going in the wrong direction. So I hope that's not on the table here. And red flag went up when I heard that it's already incorporated in Seattle.
I think this proposal is not about banning electric resistance, and I don't think any proposals on the table are about banning them, but there are certainly proposals that limit them that we're going to discuss in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, and prescriptive approaches, sure, I can agree with that, but whenever we're talking about C407, to me, everything should be on the table.
Yep, I agree. So, okay, yep. So let's move on. David Reddy, I think, is next.
Thank you. Yeah, I generally support this proposal. A question for Mike on the site energy, the kind of chart you showed, the stair step chart. Did you account for the weighting factors of the different building categories when you derived those steps? Maybe it doesn't affect this proposal, but maybe future proposals for where we have to go on each building category?
So this is each building type, right? So it's assuming, and Chella's brought this up as well, it's assuming that they each meet the 70% reduction by 2030, not that the overall building stock as a whole will meet the 70% reduction. If that's your question.
Well, I think the legislation doesn't require each building to, it just requires all. And I know certain buildings have certain limitations on their reductions potentially that we have to more readily make up. So I guess that would be, I don't know if that affects your proposal here for the site energy targets now necessarily, but you might want to look at incorporating weighting factors in future factors.
That was Jill's suggestion as well, that for this cycle, it probably is fine to do it this way, but as we move forward, we might want to consider doing that. You know, but also, you know, a lot of that, a lot of those, I don't, concessions isn't the right word, but realisms that not all buildings are going to get to net zero. A lot of that is based on the fact that, you know, obviously a high-rise building or, you know, building with very high internal loads is not going to produce enough on-site renewable energy unless they have a really big site, right? So I think by adding the off-site options, we address some or can address all of that concern, but others disagree with that. I understand that. So I do think it's something we can look at next cycle and see if we don't want to make this exact, if we want to change this chart and sort of end up at a different point for each building, we can do that, but we're still going to have to at least make these level of significant gains at some point. So I, you know.
Okay. Gary, you're next.
Thanks, Jill. I guess I have one quick question for you, Mike, and then maybe a comment. Do you intend, with the addition of the site energy metric, that you have to satisfy both site energy and emissions, or is it meant to be one or the other?
It's both.
And then the second comment is using site energy as a metric, and you guys have probably heard this from me before, so indulge me, sorry. Site energy does not treat different energy types fairly, I'll just say fairly, and I'll use the example I've used before. It would value electric resistance heating over a 95% condensing boiler. And if there is to be a second metric, notwithstanding what the law states about using site energy, it should be source energy to treat the different energy systems fairly. So I realize I may not get a lot of traction on that, but I don't believe that site energy works when you're comparing different energy systems. Source energy and emissions can, as long as the factors are accurate. Thanks.
Okay, next up is Poppy. Poppy, we cannot hear you. We want to hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Yep.
Yeah, I have quite a few questions. I mean, I generally think agree that it's going in the right direction, and I think it addresses some important issues moving forward. My main questions relate to the percentage reductions. And so I'll just raise those issues. It sounds like there may be some side committee or something working on this, so maybe we don't have to work it all out today. But my questions are, what was the rationale really for the 10% reduction on the carbon side, and is there an implied endpoint metric and trajectory for that as there is on the energy side? And then I also have a similar question for the energy metric being 13%, and it sounds like that is from 2018. I may be recollecting this incorrectly, but I think when we started this tag process, Chell may have said that we needed to get 19%. So because we have a pretty steep climb, we're behind on the commercial side. So I think that it will be important for us to sort out what those reductions are and ensure that they actually align with our what we need to hit for this cycle, and then also consider how this all relates to the state building performance standard and ensure that the EUI equivalent of these building performance factors does not deliver, or at least at the modeled level, does not deliver buildings that won't actually meet the building performance standard, either in the one for the late 2020s or the one in the early 2030s, which hasn't been set yet. So whatever anybody has to say on these now would be great, but I just wanted to get them all out on the table as important things to discuss before actually finalizing this proposal.
Poppy, what was the 13% you were referring to?
I thought I saw in the proposal that it was that the new building performance factors for that new site energy metric were a 13% reduction from or equivalent of 13% from 2018.
That might have been the average looking at these slides. I can't remember what the proposal said. I don't want to bring it up, otherwise we'll lose this. But okay, that's possible. So as I said, it's just an equal 4 steps down. So if it was 13%, then I suppose we had to make up 52% between 2018 and 2030. Okay. Yeah, the 10%, you know, on the, well, one thing, do we have projections of the emissions? Even if we did nothing with that metric, it would go to 0, right? Because either by 2030 or maybe it's 2040, the grid or buildings are required to have 0 emissions, right? So whether that's through renewable natural gas or electricity, it will go to 0 by then. So no matter what we do with that step. The 10% was just sort of an estimate. We kicked it around among the stakeholders that we met with, the group that discussed this, and it seemed like a reasonable place to start. Like I said, knowing that we could, you know, towards the end of the tag process, as you alluded to, make it go up or down if we feel it needs to.
Speaking of kicking things around, Michael, I'm getting the sense that this will need at least a little bit more input before we vote on it.
Sure.
So Poppy's questions, Gavin's questions, other questions, let's collect those and let's assume that there's going to be an attempted revision of this before we bring it back to the tag. That's what I'm assuming right now. I'd like to hear from the next few people as well. We have Mike, Lewis, and Henry. In that order, Mike Kennedy, Lewis, and Henry. So let's go through those comments and try and make them such that Mike Rosenberg can come back with a winning proposal.
Well, hang on a second, because as of now, do we have, I mean, is there something that the tag kind of agrees on should be changed? Because I haven't gotten, I'm not sure what that would be as of now.
What I've heard so far is discussions of the offsite fractions, offsite renewable energy fractions, and that was by Gavin. I've heard Poppy brought up alignment with the Clean Buildings Act. I've heard Dwayne talk about unregulated loads. There's probably a few other questions that we could capture if we listen back to this. I am not making motions or anything like that, but I'm hearing a few changes might be wanted, but anyone that's on the tag can make motions to do anything at any time. So let's go to Mike Kennedy.
I may have missed something. The second new metric of site energy, that's really actually very close to the carbon metric that we just adopted,
right?
Of 0.44. 0.44, which we'd be using in this method, is what equivalent to a 90% combustion efficiency. And it seems like we're creating for both of these metrics at this code cycle we're basically treating electric and gas equivalent, or maybe slightly favoring electric resistance, or slightly favoring electric resistance, depending on what you've assumed for the primary package. We're definitely encouraging heat pump, I think, in both cases.
Right.
But I just wanted to, it doesn't seem like there's anything, I mean, if anything, it seems like there's kind of an incentive here to get an extra few percent by putting in electric resistance rather than gas. Is that true?
It depends where the numbers end up, right?
0.44 is what just got voted through.
Right, so I haven't done that calculation to say exactly what impact that'll have, and you know, it depends on the technology and all that, right? We don't know for sure what the average annual COP is for a heat pump.
Oh, but weren't some of your primary packages assuming gas furnaces currently?
The only ones that assume gas furnaces, I think the hospital was gas heated. You know, this was discussion by the stakeholder group last cycle 3 years ago, so I'm trying to recall and have it written down, but I think it's the hospital and the restaurant are the two type that have gas heat, because the thought was, could be the warehouse, I don't recall. The thought was that was the very standard system for those types of buildings, and they didn't want to put heat pumps in as the primary package, basically the target package that we're trying to hit.
Well, I guess my concern would be in those cases, we're setting up a situation where electric resistance would be a conservation measure. Probably less a concern in hospital, because they'll probably be forced to put in, well, we're condensing unless they're steam boilers. But
Mike, I'm not seeing how this proposal is talking about electric resistance versus, and the proposal on the table in front of us right now.
I'm just saying that the site energy is not backstopping the 0.44 we just did, Joe.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I think it is. I think that it's saying use heat pump, not gas or electric resistance.
Right.
I agree with it. It's saying that, but it's also saying, hey, if you're gonna you can use electric and get something a little bit more than you're getting credited with gas. And so any place where they have a primary package of gas is going to be a situation where you can actually get credit for electric. If all the primary packages were heat pumps, then it wouldn't be an issue. But
yeah, it's probably just the restaurant that's a concern. I don't think the warehouse has that, but I'll have to double check. And Mike, from your calculations, it's a very, very tiny.
it depends what you've assumed for your combustion efficiency. I mean, it would be 10 or more percent if you're assuming 80%. And that would go for water heat too. That might be a bigger number for water heat. Might be 20%.
Okay, next up is Henry.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully this is kind of an easy one, but you mentioned a small piece was just validating accreditation between BEMP, or if you have 5 other ASHRAE 90.1 projects under your belt. And I'm just wondering if you or maybe a code official has an idea of how to validate someone's history of performing models if they don't have a fancy letters of BEMP after their name.
Yeah, so we've created compliance forms for both the Appendix G approach and the Chapter 11 approach in 90.1, and posted them online and actually customized them for Seattle and Washington State. And I believe we have the modeler qualifications. They have to certify that on those forms. And if it's not on there yet, we can certainly put it on there.
Okay, and that would be provided to the code reviewers and part of like a
It's a submittal, it's a submittal package for the compliance forms. I do actually have to sign off at 2 o'clock because I've got a really important meeting that I can't get out of, that I actually already put off till 2. But I'm wondering, Chell, I don't think it makes sense to make changes just based on this discussion. It sounds like it's more, maybe we need a couple of working groups to have a couple of meetings and gain some consensus from.
Yeah,
the
that's what
experts.
what
Okay.
I'm thinking. So why don't, I don't want to presume that nobody's going to make a motion on this, but why doesn't everybody who's interested in helping make the best possible proposal, email Mike Rosenberg and set up a working group to make this awesome. Even more awesome.
And maybe it's 2 working groups. Maybe there's something on the offsite and another one or something, since it seems like they're connected to 2 specific areas.
Sounds like Gary is interested as well. So email Mike, and this is a big, wide-ranging proposal. So any final?
I appreciate the general comments of support, though. I realize it is a big thing, and obviously it's not going to be perfect out of the box. So thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, and see you later, Mike Rosenberg. Are there any more comments on this before we move on to the next?
This is Louis, just real quickly. So I think Mike will update this. I know a lot of people are concerned about 10% versus some other number, but whenever we get done with it, whatever the final energy savings in the tag, we'll update it so that the factors reflect the amount of savings that are actually in the code. So that is part of what is the intent of that proposal. The other thing I would just mention, and I don't know, it's something to think about. I know there's a concern about electric versus gas in the short term, but by the time these factors will have to be adjusted yet again. So I guess there's a concern for the next code cycle, but by the time you get to the next code cycle, they'll adjust that carbon value fine. And electric resistance is never going to get better than 1%, whereas gas, you can have gas heat pumps and some other technology that come along that actually would still make it relevant. So anyway, just some thoughts on that.
Great. Mike Kennedy and Mark Frankel, you have your hands up. I'm wondering if you have parting thoughts, or if you're already on to the next one, which I think the next one is. Go ahead, Mike Kennedy.
I have to leave. So.
Okay. We'll miss you. Mark Frankel?
I was just going to say on the offsite solar numbers that have been proposed, that those align with what was adopted by AIA and ASHRAE and IECC. And we can relitigate them or not, but I do want to point out that alignment. So that's all.
Great. Okay. The next proposal, I think, is Michael Baranick proposal, and I don't think he is in the room. So, and it's a new proposal, so I think I'd rather maybe consider it later. How do you feel about that, Krista?
That's fine.
Okay, let's wait till he's in the room. That means we are on to TSPR.
Which are from Mike Rosenberg and Mike Baranick.
Okay, well, TSPR, not my cards today. How about DCV? Dwayne. Domain control ventilation.
Sounds like fun. Okay, I just reworded the restaurant one because it was worded in such a convoluted way that it wasn't possible for most normal humans to know what they were getting at. It was supposed to be about restaurants and dining rooms. And I added an exception for dormitories because I'm pretty sure nobody intended demand control ventilation to apply to typical, college dorm rooms. I could see if you had some kind of flop house that has 30 people in a room that would apply, but not what we typically think of it as a dormitory.
Okay, are there any comments? Mark Frankel, you still have your hand up. Are there any comments or questions on this proposal? Seems pretty straightforward, or perhaps everybody's asleep, but
Oh, this is exciting. Nobody could be asleep.
the most exciting one we've covered today, I'm sure. And there's yellow to wake you up. Okay, nobody's raising their hand. I'm stalling for time.
Move to approve as
Okay,
written.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 I,
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Thanks, Dwayne. That was 168. Now we're on a Mike Kennedy one that's also about domain control ventilation. And Mike Kennedy is left the building. What should we do about that? I guess move on to the next one and kick this can down the road.
Yeah, I was gonna say they worked quite a bit on that demand control ventilation. A lot of so much discussion.
Lewis, do you want to
feel
comfortable?
Yeah, no, I don't, because it went back and forth so many times. I think Caroline and Nick, it'd probably be wait to Caroline, Nick, and Mike are back on rotation.
Okay. Can is kicked down the road. Garage ventilation. Dwayne.
Okay, this one, where we say garages, this one clarified the way that Seattle's been interpreting garages to include parking garages and repair garages. We also just wanted to clarify the language in the that system activation language, because I think that this is what it was originally intended to say, but we kept getting questions from applicants about what it really meant. So in each of these changes is what we considered a clarification.
Okay, so before it didn't require, or wasn't clear that it required continuous operation.
What wasn't clear was what happens, what gets activated. We wanted to make sure we're differentiating between the continuous ventilation and the minimum ventilation that happens when it's occupied.
Okay. Henry.
Yeah, this sounds like a good clarification. The one thing I would say, just from a mechanical design point of view, is especially if you have a propeller fan size for full exhaust flow from parking garage, they're rarely able to turn down to meet that minimum ventilation rate required by the table. So usually you're just stuck at running in min flow rate, and rarely you actually get to meet that 0.05 CFM per square foot. On the flip side, it is better practice to have two fans in there, one that's going to do the minimum rate and the other that triggers on full flow. But you might want to clarify that. It looks like a couple of paragraphs above, it's 50% or less of design capacity. That could be a good way to still allow a single fan, just to make sure it turns down to its min speed. It just probably won't meet that ventilation rate, if that makes sense.
I would be open to a rewording of this if somebody had one. The way I'm looking at it, this was this didn't change anything from what's already required in the code. But yeah, you're right. A great big aircraft size fan that is trying to run minimum ventilation at night is not real efficient, or maybe not even close.
hard to get, yeah. It's a good thing to strive for though, but I'm just want to make sure that's clarified.
Are there other questions, comments? Do we have this resolved to your satisfaction, Henry?
What were you asking?
Is this resolved to your satisfaction, Henry, or?
Yeah, maybe I could work with Dwayne real quick to look at it. I mean, if it referenced that second paragraph, controller shall be configured to modulate fan speed to 50% or less of design. That might be a good substitute instead of minimum ventilation rate. I don't really want to do code language on the fly though, so I'm happy to work with Dwayne after, or if we want to get it out now, that's also fine.
Well, minimum ventilation rate is what that 50% thing is, right? I mean,
There is two different flow rates. One's the minimum is like 0.05 CFM a square feet, and the other one's 0.75 CFM a square feet. And you know, that's like 0.05, you know, less than 10% of the max. And so
well, is what Krista put on the screen correct?
yeah, that would make sense to me.
Okay, you're the engineer, so I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Anybody else have suggestions for this? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Need more coffee. All right, Mike McGivern giving us a thumbs up. Appreciate that. Okay.
Motion to approve as modified on the screen.
Second.
Okay, we have motion second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, awesome. Good job, everybody. Parking garage ventilation controls, this is an Eric Vandermeer one. Eric, are you still online? No, possibly not. And
I'll
there's
buzz Eric and see if we can get him back.
okay, let's go to the next one while we're texting him. And this is a Nick O'Neill one. Here's the next one. That was kitchen DCV. The next one is garage ventilation again with Mike Kennedy. The next one is a Dwayne one. That is, I think, ERV effectiveness.
Okay, we have for the Seattle code decided that the 60%, I mean the 50% heat recovery effectiveness is out of date, and that 60% was easily achievable. This proposal actually started out at 70% because there are a number of systems that make that easily achievable, but I was talked back down to the 60 so that it included a greater range of design possibilities.
Anyone have thoughts on this? Alan likes it. Gary likes it.
Motion to approve.
Motion on the table?
Okay, move.
A motion, I think we have a second, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. 60% it is. Motor nameplate horsepower. This is Robbie.
That one was withdrawn.
Ah, okay. Cooling tower condenser water makeup. This is Dwayne.
Once again, you've got an architect talking about engineering principles, so you actual engineers on the call can smirk as you like, but it was decided that it's important that we put in something to better control the cooling tower return water temperature to make sure we're getting the full efficiency out of the cooling tower. And as a late change, we put in this exception for existing buildings because you can't always just change a cooling tower.
So mechanical engineers or others with mechanical experience. Alan, anybody have any thoughts on this? Obviously, it's been vetted if it's part of Seattle, but.
So you're talking about, so the return, is it the return from the chillers or the return from the tower? Or is it the tower supply or tower return?
Return.
So going into the tower.
Yeah, it says return to the tower of 86 degrees or lower at peak.
Kevin.
I'm just looking at the wet
Yeah.
bulb temperatures.
Sorry, Alan's still going, so.
Sorry, I was just saying, I'm just looking at my ASHRAE book for wet bulb temperatures in Washington. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I know a typical design scenario would be 90 degrees. So this is not a huge departure from, call it baseline design. And yeah, it's well above what bulb temperatures will be achieved. And it just means a larger tower. Towers are pretty flexible as long as you don't push them too hard.
If you're knowledgeable here, are we also okay in Yakima with this?
I haven't designed in Yakima, but I would imagine that's even less humid, so a better candidate.
Okay.
Yeah, the wet bulb in Yakima is 64, 65 range. Seattle also 64, 65 range. The most humid is, interestingly, at Hanford at 60, Hanford and Olympia, 67, maybe it's because it's close to the.
You're a bit quiet, Alan. Could you speak a bit louder?
Oh, sorry. I was just looking through the wet bulbs in Washington, and the highest wet bulbs are Hanford and Olympia around 66, 67. And then everything else, or Walla Walla, Wenatchee are also up there, but everything else is around 64, 65.
What does that mean for us non-mechanical engineers?
Wet bulb is what dictates how cold the cooling tower can supply water at. And so what you can supply water at then also dictates what you can return the water at. Typical delta T on condenser water loop can be anywhere from 10 to 15 degrees. Maybe part of the way that we can leave some flexibility is to talk about This one I'm thinking about a little bit because I'm trying to figure out what the objective is here. Is it to make sure we're getting the maximum delta T in the condensed water loop so that the GPM is the least and your pumping power is lower? Is that, Dwayne, what we're trying to achieve here?
I thought it was to increase the effectiveness of the tower itself.
Might it be better to specify the condenser, the water temperature leaving the cooling tower, going to the chiller rather than return?
Yeah.
Like
I would add that
75, leaving the cooling tower at 75 degrees or something like that. I think the goal there is to get your condenser water down as low as is practical to reduce the load on the chiller, correct?
Right. The warmer the condensed water, the harder the chiller works.
Right, so maybe changing the wording to specify a temperature leaving the cooling tower might be a more straightforward way to say it.
Usually we would call that out as the approach temperature.
Right.
So it would be, 10 degrees, for example.
So
Approach.
can you tell Krista exactly which words to change? I think you want to change return to approach. Is that right?
I think we can just
approach has other meanings. It should be the leaving water temperature.
That then will kind of dictate the approach selected, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So the leaving water temperature would be 10 degrees above 0.4% or ASHRAE 0.4% wet bulb or something like that.
I don't know if you'd want to actually put that in code language though. We want to make it as simple as possible. Would it be an issue if we just put something like 75 or 76 degrees in there?
Well, the problem with that is, different parts of Washington have different design conditions.
Right. But would it be an issue meeting that in any areas of Washington without, having a huge cooling towers blocking the landscape?
In Hanford or some of the more slightly, it's ever so slightly more humid. Typical 10-degree approach would become 8 or 7 degrees, which makes the tower grow
Larger,
in size. Yeah.
Well, I'm not as familiar with the design aspects. Alan, you're in a much better position to kind of make a call on how we actually work that thing and what's going to work.
Do you think we're close to an approach that we would all agree on? Or do you think this is a homework?
I think this is homework.
Okay. This is Dwayne and Alan and anybody else? Mike McGivern.
I was just concerned about the wording as well. It seems like, based on my reading of the changes, we've changed the set point temperature of the water leaving the cooling tower, not returning to the cooling tower. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about what the intent is here.
Yeah, and I don't recall who the the engineer was that brought this forward to Seattle. It could have been Robbie. So we'll table this for future discussion?
I think so. Anybody else want to join the working group? Okay, we have a very small 2-person working group. All right. Next.
I want to reach out to like a Robbie for his input maybe.
I'm ready.
It's just like the genderless bathrooms now.
Do I step in, Kyle, or?
Please.
Are you good to proceed? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Howard Ahern. This is a change to clarify a section on the protection of piping insulation. And the big thing is that I was the proponent of this original change to the IECC, and it was done the harmonization of the ASHRAE 90.1 standard. Although bringing it to the IECC, it was dead on arrival because, of course, that's a standard and it wasn't written in performance language. So we wrote this with the help of inspectors. Problem that we have with it now still is the term equipment maintenance. That is subjectable by anyone. And what it means is the physical damage. So this change just simply eliminates the word equipment maintenance and inserts the words physical damage to clarify that. And then also, this was the same code change that we applied for the 2021 IECC that made it through the committee and public comment, but got rejected it was one of those that got rejected in the online voting. But the protection to be removable for the first 6 feet from the equipment for maintenance. Again, this is so it's easy to do a change out of equipment. It's easy to do maintenance. Insulation is sold in 6-foot links. So the first 6 feet is easy to maintain. And if the protection is removable, they don't have to throw away the insulation. They don't have to mess with it. It makes it very easy. They can do their protected the joints. And that's the only change to this. It's a very easy and smart change. I'll leave it up to any questions on it.
Thanks, Howard. Are there any questions? Dwayne?
Yeah, should it say that the protection shall be capable of being removed and reinstalled or something? Because I could see that some kinds of those jackets, if you removed them, they'd just be wrecked, right?
If I can weigh in on that.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Howard. Howard, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. We didn't, if I was out of order, I didn't want to say removable and reusable, because that would limit products. If you wanted to put removable and reusable, that's fine with me, but that was the reason it was just said protection shall be removable.
Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of this. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's off-the-shelf insulation. Every refrigeration supply house has this stuff, so I agree with it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, further discussion. Mike Fowler.
Just reading through what's on the screen, I was just trying to understand. It does say code section C403 at the top, but then in the purpose, it's got a section R403. I just didn't know if that was a typo or if this,
Yes.
make sure that we are focused solely on the commercial code here.
Okay. Any
Why
further
is it
discussion?
6 feet?
Well,
Seems pretty specific.
do you want to answer that, Howard?
And you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, so that was a typo. Was there another question that I missed?
I think Robbie had a question about why 6 feet.
Yeah, why is it specifically 6 feet? I mean, I could see this the way it's written, it's requiring removable insulation for the first 6 feet period. I mean, you could have a connection to a piece of equipment that's less than 6 feet or something. I mean, I just don't know if we need to be that specific.
I did that, first of all, because insulation is sold in 6-foot links. That was the thing, it could have been 10 feet, it could have been, but the insulation sold in 6-foot links, and wanted to give credence that after, especially on commercial for like a chilled water system, some of those, the way that the protection is, it is not removable.
Right.
So
I feel like
I
I feel like it shouldn't be 6 feet though. I think you should give some criteria for like what components you're trying to maintain or something, because 6 feet is gonna, I mean, the value of that's gonna vary from every piece of equipment. It might not need to be that much, is my concern, if you're requiring it everywhere.
No, we're not requiring it everywhere. So it's the first 6 feet from the equipment. So if they're changing out the equipment, that's the only area that the protection, quote unquote, would have to be removable.
So I mean, if you're changing out equipment, I feel like that's scope that would be acceptable to have someone come back and redo insulation if it gets damaged. But I thought you were doing this more for regular routine maintenance. And in that case, I feel like you could just describe that the components add a coil connection or whatnot, it should be provided with removable insulation rather than say just 6 feet.
Okay, but again, we're not talking about the insulation on this end. We're just talking about the protection.
And Robbie, I remember this coming across at IECC, and somebody had a proposal early on that all the pipe protection, insulation protection had to be removable. Even if your pipe was running 60 feet across this roof, you had to, which was kind of ridiculous. So to me, this idea of just having the 6 feet closest to the equipment be removable, then it makes a certain kind of sense to me.
Gary's had his hand up for a minute. Gary.
Could you say at least the first 6 feet or up to the first 6 feet? Is that kind of the general intent?
Yes.
What would be more accurate, up to the first 6 feet or at least the first 6 feet? Or, I don't know, I guess those don't mean the same either.
Well, this doesn't prohibit you from having more removable insulation protection. It only says that first part has to be removable, but you could do the whole thing if you wanted.
Yep, so it's minimum 6 feet is what we would like. Okay. Lisa?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. So this provision does apply to all equipment that has piping HVACR is not used in the code that I'm aware of. And so I'm wondering if this should be simplified and just refer to equipment so that we're not being specific that it's only, you know, the air conditioning equipment, but it could be, you know, any type of equipment that has piping. So there was that. And then also just as a, again, to just follow standard language practice is to spell out the word feet, you know, so it's not, you know, 6 FT, kind of a little thing, but just a couple of thoughts there.
If we make that little change that Lisa just said, are we good to go? So
I'm good with that.
just change the FT to feet and
Eliminate HVACR.
It's called the equipment. And then per what Jill said is, you know, protection shall be removable for, you know, a minimum for a minimum of first of 6 feet or something like that. For a minimum.
we typically say for no less than 6 feet, right?
Yeah, for no less than 6 feet. Yeah, and then you take out the word the first. So protection shall be removable for no less than 6 feet from the equipment for maintenance. But yeah, those 2 words could be struck. I think that doesn't change the intent. It's a little clearer.
Okay, seems like we are ready for this one to vote on it. Anybody have any further comments?
Move to approve as modified on the screen.
Second.
Motion and second, further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Okay. Good job, everybody. Eric Vandermeer is up next. And he's not here. So Robbie, you get the next one then, insulation of refrigerant piping. Continuing on the theme of insulation and piping.
Yeah. This doesn't look right. This isn't the proposal that's linked on the agenda. Looks like it's missing a bunch of text.
Is that one of mine? It says Robbie, but
Oh, are we a page down? You go scroll up. Page 1. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the PDF that was linked on the agenda, there's a lot more to this. But I mean, the intent is to copy over the language from the Seattle Energy Code about refrigerant piping insulation. Basically a half inch insulation within conditioned spaces and 1 inch insulation outside of conditioned spaces.
now I've just discovered that that's not correct for the liquid line other than for split systems. That the liquid line is typically running below 105 and therefore does not require insulation. And it's a huge and bloody debate in Seattle.
Is it? Who's not insulating their liquid lines?
Uh,
Is that for
I
like
took-
refrigeration? Because
I put
all the
this-
split systems just come with a line set, and it's
Right.
pre-insulated.
They come in a line set with 1/2 inch insulation. 1 inch insulation is extremely rare, and the little bit has been snapped up, and now there's a big snafu because nobody can get 1 inch insulation, and our people are requiring it. But in that argument, what I ran across was that I did this first because to just coordinate with the fact that you have to insulate anything that's conveying fluids over 105 degrees, but the liquid line in other than split systems does not go over 105, and it's usually considerably less than that, and therefore wouldn't require insulation in my way of thinking. But this is your proposal, so you can keep going.
So Robbie, is this not your proposal?
That is not my proposal.
Okay, so
And this is the same language that's linked on the agenda.
All right, so I just put in the chat the agenda that I'm looking at. And if you click the, what is it, GP1 226, you get a totally different proposal than what's showing up on the screen there.
Well, that's because I was looking at 53, which was yours. 226 is Eric's.
Oh, is it? Huh. Which one are
You
we
want to go
looking at?
back
then?
to Eric's, we could
53.
do that.
I mean, is Eric proposing the same thing I am? Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, okay. I withdraw 53.
okay.
Well, if they're the same, do we want to review Robbie's and
Yeah, I mean, I could
ask
speak to
Eric, because since Eric's not
Eric's.
available now.
Yeah,
Okay,
if
so-
you're, Robbie, if you're sure that this is exactly what you had proposed, then go for it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's what we were talking about. It looks like Eric added in some extra language to clarify that this piping insulation table that's currently in the code does not apply to HVAC system refrigerant piping. And then if you scroll down, he's copied in the language that currently exists in the 2015 Seattle Energy Code. I would prefer to keep this as is. I mean, if it's just a supply issue, Dwayne, I mean, they've got time to catch up to it, right? This isn't coming out for a couple of years.
Well, actually, I would suggest strongly that we get together with Gensco and some others and get this, since it has been a controversy in Seattle lately, that we get coordinated with them about what this should be, and especially whether the liquid line should be insulated or not. And yeah, because I was obviously very proud of this stuff I did for Seattle, but I've been getting nothing but flack for a few weeks, so.
Okay, so we basically, Lisa, go for it.
Yeah, I just add a comment to this. I agree with Dwayne that this has been rather controversial for quite a while. And the feedback that we're hearing from manufacturers and reps is that, you know, these line sets are pre-insulated, and that if the insulation on these line sets is altered in any way, then it can void the warranty of the equipment. And so we have heard jurisdictions that have basically said, we're just not going to enforce this. Obviously, we can't require that, or they've had to add another layer over the top of it. It's been kind of a mess. So we would love to see this language improved, but yeah, coordinated with the actual manufacturers and the product reps to find out what's viable or what's a reasonable requirement. would be really helpful.
And note also that on the outside of the building, the plastic cover that's now like 2.5 by 3 inches becomes 3 by 5.5 inches or something.
Yeah.
It's the largest size that Mitsubishi makes. And so it's a visual impact as well that's causing some unhappiness. So anyway, I'd love to see this resolved. Also, I don't know how much of this argument is about houses, which is not our concern with this code versus commercial buildings, but
Yep.
we're checking.
So it sounds like somebody's got some homework to do. Robbie, possibly Dwayne, Jensko, anybody else interested? Lisa, maybe? Who's gonna lead that group? Is that Robbie? Oh, Eric Vandermeer is showing up to the party. All right, Eric, we just looked at your proposal, which is very similar to Robbie's, and just assigned the two of you and Dwayne and possibly Lisa a little bit of homework. It's kind of where we ended up, right?
Yeah, Eric, the issue I was just telling them about is that I'm getting lots of flack from everybody about asking for 1-inch insulation on that exterior line. And it's not currently available, and it's going to be months until it is. And it's not clear that the liquid line in many systems is supposed to be insulated.
If I could make a comment. Yes, ASHRAE specifically states that the insulation for the liquid line, that there's no reason to capture that. And I would love to be part of the group if that's our consultation. We manufacture protection and deal with all the supply houses there, and can tell you about that, because there's pre-insulated lines. I don't know if you're aware of the problems across the country of certain types of insulation, like polypropylene insulation, and the causing a tremendous amount of pinhole leaks, copper piping, because of the way that it wicks. And most manufacturers it's a very big mess right now, because a lot of it from the damage that they don't protect or seal the ends, the termination ends of the insulation. And because of the moisture, it's leading to the corrosion and pitting of the piping. And most of that is occurring, well, it's almost all occurring with polypropylene insulation, which is a lot of what the prepackaged line sets are. So, and I agree, I have never seen a 1-inch insulation for a prepackaged line set for heat pumps.
All right, so Howard, you just volunteered for the working group for the homework?
So, I mean, I know there are some manufacturers that have 1-inch. We get cut sheets on it, so it is out there.
I mean, I just did a VRF project where I required that, and I mean, that was thousands of feet of piping, so that might be part of the supply issue if it's that bad.
So it's your fault, Robbie?
Yep, my bad. Just enforcing the spec.
Okay.
I do very much like the of separating this out from the rest of the pipe insulation requirements on here.
Yeah, it needs to not be temperature dependent, because determining the temperatures in these systems, every manufacturer is going to have a slightly different temperature between the cooling and heating modes. So yeah, we need to come up with a standard that's easy to enforce and easy to design to, and that works with the manufacturers. So whether there's a statement that says, yeah, insulated per manufacturer with not less than, an exception that this can be left uninsulated if the manufacturer says that that's acceptable or requires that, then, and yeah, I think we need to, but definitely getting it out of the table is the way to go. So
Eric, I will send I'll send you the language that I'm working up for a Seattle policy.
Okay.
Great. And Howard, you want to be involved as well, right?
Please, and I want to really clarify a comment that I made earlier. I didn't mean that there's not available the 1 inch. I just meant that I'm not seeing it in the supply houses as far as the double insulated line sets.
Yeah, it's not stock.
Okay, well, we're moving on to the last proposal of the day, which is the Dwayne one. And about unheated spaces on one of the hottest days of the year.
Okay, we've had this rule in there for a while, you know, so that you can have those things out on the terrace at a restaurant in cool weather. But we've been internally applying it also to situations like, you know, a repair garage or something like that, where they don't heat the space, but they have radiant heaters up to keep the mechanics comfortable. So it's just spot, you know, on those. So we extended that rule about heating outside a building to include heating in unheated spaces, and to include that you got to have that 20-minute timeout on it.
So Dwayne, maybe I'm getting a little punchy here, but how can you provide heat to an unheated space?
Well, this is radiant heat. And so you're not trying to heat the air in the space. You're radiating at the person who's there so that their fingers don't freeze.
Yeah, and there's a definition of unheated spaces, which whatever heating system was installed here wouldn't then make into a heated space.
Right. I suppose I should have said in low energy spaces, right? But anyway.
Okay. I didn't see whose hand was up first.
I think Lisa was up first.
Okay, Lisa?
Yeah, I would recommend not calling it an unheated space. Perhaps referring to low energy spaces and actually pointing to that section so it's clear. I like this proposal because what it's doing now is that for those low energy spaces that are allowed up to 1 watt per square foot of actual heating in those spaces, we're now setting a parameter on how that heat can be provided. So I think it's a great addition, but I think it'd be important to point to that provision instead of referring to unheated spaces. So, you know, low energy spaces, you know, in compliance with whatever section number that is, and I could look it up. Oh, yeah, as regulated under, yeah. I can go look up the section for you, Krista, if you like, real quick. I think it's 111. Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah, I'll go look it up real quick.
You're good, Lisa. Having that off the top of your head.
It's 402.1.1.
It
402.1.1.1 is it defines low energy buildings.
Yeah, I think that, let's see.
I don't want to jump the line here, but just a quick concern, and I don't know the exact code language, but just want to be sure that won't put like freeze protect for a water room on a timer.
There is no separate freeze protection category for spaces. If you have a room that is conditioned, then it's got to be insulated.
You wouldn't want to use radiant heat for freeze protection.
No.
I gotta jump in here. This isn't about low energy buildings. This is about using radiant heat in an outside seating area, like outside of a Starbucks or the Seahawks suites. We have radiant heat in all the new ones because there is no wall. They open it up. This is about having a timer on those places so that the radiant, it is not about low energy buildings at all.
Yeah, it's more about an unconditioned space, right?
No, it's not even about a space. It's heating outside a building. It's about an outside space. It could be.
What if it's a covered greenhouse area up on a roof that you just want to provide some radiant heat at?
Yeah, exactly. Something like that, you know, a rooftop space.
So that's an unconditioned space that's outside the envelope, right?
Right, it's outside.
It's not a low energy, it'd be unconditioned.
It's not a low energy building.
Well, I guess the question, what was the proponent's original plan for this?
Well, the idea was that like we have seen unheated warehouses that right near the entry doors, there's a little spot with a desk where the guy that checks things in and out of the warehouse, you know, has a little station, and the space is not heated. It's just
it's an unconditioned space, right?
It's an unconditioned space, but the guy gets a radiant heater
Right.
over his desk, so he's can stay comfortable in the winter.
So let's not create a new term, unheated space. Let's use the word unconditioned space.
Do we use that, unconditioned? I think we do. Right?
Actually, if you point back to section C 402.1.1.1, item.
See, if you use the low energy term, then you're limited to 1 watt per square foot or 3.4 BTUs per hour per square foot. And so it just doesn't work. These spaces, it's not a low energy space.
It is actually what we're talking about. So I'm fine with this change to get rid of unheated, which was probably not a smart idea in my space, and call it low energy spaces that, you know, like you said, with that 1.1.1. I think we're good, because yeah, like Lisa was saying, item 2 includes those that don't have conditioned space.
Okay, let's hear from Gary.
Yeah, part of my question was, I guess, in these low energy spaces, what's there today? What would be allowed today? And what are we going to be disallowing by requiring radiant systems? Because there really, and there really wasn't any substantiation, not that I'm necessarily against this, but kind of saying, what are you now preventing when you're requiring a radiant system? And is it actually saving energy?
My intention actually, Gary, was not to prevent something, but was to explicitly allow something that is sometimes done with just plug-in stuff that we wouldn't see at the building department. But if it's installed in the building, I was making it clear that if it's a low energy space, you know, an unconditioned space, that it is okay to have heating as long as it's a radiant heater with that aux sensor on it. So I'm trying to accommodate a condition that comes up on a regular basis.
Okay, I see. Guess as I read it, it wasn't absolutely clear to me on that, but that's a good clarification.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes left. We could take a very small amount of testimony and then vote this forward, or we could defer this out. So please, if you're going to talk, really limit your comments so that we can perhaps entertain a motion to move this forward or something else. Patrick.
I would like the low energy stuff taken out because I don't want the sizing limit in these spaces. Because I don't know if you can buy a radiant heater. I mean, the smallest ones I've looked at are like 40,000 BTUs. And so I don't think we need the low energy spaces, but I do understand what Dwayne's trying to do, an occupancy sensor, so when someone walks away or nobody's there, it automatically shuts off, or on a timer. It's a good idea, but the low energy stuff, I don't think belongs in here. It was never here before.
Henry.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I go to Jefferson Golf, the driving range, and there's a bunch of heaters that are running all the time, and that makes total sense. But like a freeze protect would classify as a low energy space, right? If you have just like a little small wattage heater in the basement of a garage.
Only if you are less than 1 watt per square foot in that room, which is probably not enough to get you up to freeze protect.
Correct. I agree, Wayne. I cite this stuff all the time. I'm citing this right now as we do this meeting, and 1 watt per square foot is nothing.
Lisa?
Yeah, just one quick comment. If we narrow this down, maybe it takes it back to what the original intent was here. If we narrowed it down to section C402.1.1, item 2, that points to, those that do not contain conditioned space. Is that closer to what the intent here was? Or is it the intent to also include those spaces that are allowed up to 1 watt per? I mean, I understand that some of the concerns that could be kind of scooping up things that we're not really talking about here. But if you point to item 2, that is clearly only that refers to those that do not contain conditioned space.
Well, we're rapidly
And you can
losing
put
our
it in a
quorum.
low energy space.
But yeah, I meant it to apply both to a low energy space and to a completely unconditioned space.
So I think you need to say both. You have to say, it needs to say, and the title needs to change something like heating outside the conditioned envelope or something like that. And then systems.
And we did lose our quorum, by the way.
Yeah, I think
Okay, so we have to bump this till next time.
So it could say outside a building, in a low energy space, and in unconditioned spaces. If we
Yeah,
want
this-
to just make it explicit that you could put it in all 3 of them, so.
Okay, so now it would say the title would be heating outside a building or in a low energy or unconditioned space.
That would work, yes.
Okay.
And the same thing would happen then in the line of text right below that. Outside a building or in a low energy or unconditioned, or in low energy or unconditioned spaces.
All right, that sounds like a good starting place for next time. We have lost our quorum, and Dwayne, I guess you can reach out to other people if you feel you want more input on this.
No, I think we're done.
The or unconditioned would go after item 2. So that, or I guess we get rid of item 2 at that point.
Yeah, get rid of, just take that away. No, just the item 2.
Undo.
Redo. Oh no, it's gone. There it goes.
Yeah.
Good.
So then move that in front of or unconditioned, right? Because that's referring to the low energy space portion. And put the word space in there, or spaces.
Okay.
All right, everybody. I think we need to call it quits for the day. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Try and beat the heat in the best way you can. Maybe go to a lake or something, or the ocean.
Hey, that was fun.
That was exciting. Great to see you all.
Bye.
And we'll see you on the 9th.